My name is George Haas, and I'm teaching today on meditation and addiction. And we think of meditation and addiction as a meditation-based relapse prevention program. And so I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the most effective in getting clean or sober or withdrawing from your process addictions. But I would say that in some cases, it's better to begin the program even if you're not in abstinence or harm reduction. Do you know the terms abstinence and harm reduction? Abstinence is where you stop using usually substances, and process it, and harm reduction is where you negotiate the sphere so that you're not in a addictive pattern. We don't make a big distinction between substance addiction and process addictions. You're all familiar with process addictions: food, sex, money, danger, gambling. I have pretty much all of them except for gambling. I don't know what happened. Nothing happens. I was in Vegas, and gambling is boring for me, and I was playing the nickel slots, and you can 5 times your jackpot if you play 25 cents instead of 5 cents. But it was really so boring to me that I would just play a nickel, and then I won $250 in nickels. But had I 5 times it, I could have won, what, $750 or $1,000? And it took about 10 minutes of playing 5 times to go back to playing to 1 because it was so boring. I once played a $10 chip on a roulette wheel and hit, and yeah, $10 chip. And I just took the money and went to Gucci and bought a pair of shoes. So, all of the other ones, yeah, I have them. Usually when we talk about addiction, we're meant to give our bona fides, and I had 4-stage cirrhosis of the liver when I was 23 from my drug abuse. So I was the 5th grader who came home and made a gimlet after a hard day at elementary school. And my favorite drug was whatever you had. So that was kind of it. Totally crap childhood. One of the things you may notice about people who have addiction is they tend to also have a crap childhood, depending on what level of idealization is still intact in terms of how you think about it. Because we are a meditation-based, attachment-focused program, we really look at addiction through the lens of attachment conditioning. Are you familiar with John Bowlby's attachment theory? Much?
Please explain.
Yes. Absolutely. Attachment theory is the understanding that the relationship, the early relationship between the infant and the caregiver, defines how we perceive ourselves and also how we perceive the world. And we then create working models of ourselves, and we create working models of the world. In Buddhism, of course, the world is other people. You might say that addiction is the desire never to have to count on anyone ever again. You might say that that's what it actually is. And that what we're really looking to do is create a life where we don't have to really depend on anyone. The reason I give you a how to date pamphlet when I'm doing my addiction course is that the opposite of addiction is connection. So you're going to have to change your mind about never wanting to rely on anybody. You're going to have to find people that are reliable, that you can connect to. John Bowlby was a a psychoanalyst in training in London between the First and Second World War. What do you know about your psychoanalytic theory, history, development? Much? No? Anyway. The other thing about the meditation and attachment approach, of course, is what we're looking at is the Eastern tradition of meditation, which is this is very centered in, and also Western psychology, which we are also all centered in, because the way that we are taught all the way through our lives to understand how human beings function is through the lens of Western psychology. Whether you're aware of it or not, everything is always captured in that kind of framing. So I think that it's useful to actually talk about the frames. This is a solidly meditation-oriented frame, so that when we talk about the sense of self arising, we're talking about it in the way that the Buddhist conception of the self arising is, and not in the way that Western psychology suggests the self is. So is that making sense? I just want you to understand that this perspective is not a Western psychology perspective. This is a solidly Buddhist perspective. Is that making sense? So in the arising of the sense of self in the Buddhist idea, it is a momentary experience that arises dependent on the conditions of the present moment, and then it comes and goes. And in Western psychology, the ego, and particularly in the United States where ego psychology is so big, the self is a something, right? This is totally contradictory to the Buddhist point of view, where the self isn't substantial, isn't something. Is that making sense? So all of the effort to deconstruct the self, I really think, is unnecessary in order to approach this, right? And so we won't be doing that. Give me my brochures back.
You don't need the class.
You're already solid. Oh, I provided a few books. One is a book called Meditation and Addiction. It's a chat book. One is called How to Date Like a Secure Person, Even If You're Not Secure Yet. And the third one is an issue of a magazine that I produce twice a year, which is called Place. The reason that I gave you the magazine Place is because the whole purpose of this life is to explore what's meaningful to you. And place is my expression of the exploration that's meaningful to you. So I want you to have an actual example of something that is that piece of exploration. Of course, everybody's unique. Isn't that the thing about being human? We're all so much alike and at the same time completely unique. How do you figure that out, right? John Bowlby, just getting back to the thread of our dialogue, is if you remember your world history and the rise of fascism, strangely familiar with the present time. The rise of fascism in Europe and the anti-Semitism that rose from that, and the movement of people who were affluent enough to move, of course, from Europe first into Britain. And so the center of psychoanalysis in that period was Vienna, and the Viennese people relocated to London. So Anna Freud, the second generation, even Freud himself came. So just to give you an idea of how I think of it, do you remember your Freudian construction of what it is that we are, the ego, the id, and the superego? Do you know that? I would characterize this as the id is the unconscious body-mind process, which we consider in Buddhism to be the true self experience, right? The ego is the limited identity self, and then the super ego is that narration that we provide ourselves in terms of how life goes. Are you familiar with that voice? Is it a kind, loving voice? Or is it a brutally critical voice? Right? Where is it? The self arises. Let me describe that. We have the capacity to sense something. Touching, seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling. And then in Buddhism, we have mind. Mind is the thing that directs your attention to what it is that you focus on. If we track this back to Aristotle, right, the basis of, and what I'm trying to describe here is the ways in which these ideas that permeate the way that we've structured the understanding of ourselves and our world are these ideas that we're taught. So for instance, I got a dog. I love my dog. Do you have dogs? If you don't have a dog and you don't love a dog, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But if you do, it's astonishing to me how much real interest in my dog's welfare I have. Anyway, the dog came with the name Cricket because it was a sort of midlife rescue, and didn't really fit to me. And so we went through a lot of different names to try and land on one. And so we landed on Lucy. So the dog is called Lucy. And then I thought, isn't that interesting? What I was thinking was a fairly unusual name. Lucy was the name of the dog. And so I then went onto Google and I said, what is the most popular female names for dogs this year? And guess what the most popular female name for a dog was this year? Lucy. And I thought, they got in there, and I didn't even notice it. They got in there, and I didn't even notice. Is that making sense? So then when we talk about Aristotle, who said that we take a neutral survey of everything that's around us, and we create an internal working model of the world, and then we operate in the world based on that. And because we largely take a neutral, complete, and accurate perception of the world, we're largely operating from a accurate representation, which means you can assign motivation to somebody else because they're experiencing the same thing you are. How's that worked out? In the Buddhist conception, mind is this thing that takes snapshots of the things in the environment that you prefer. It completely leaves out the things that you don't like. And then you construct a model of that. But we don't keep it as an internal model. We then project it outward. And then we exist in the experience of this construction that we've made. This is, I think, a really important insight in terms of the nature of things. In that process, so the capacity to sense means the object can be sensed. Consciousness of that sensing experience arises, but it is not known to the self-experience yet, right? Then the Vedana process, is it urgent? Does it need immediate attention? Do we not care if we ever get to it? Is there time for something pleasant? And then that forms a queue of mind moments that then have to be defined. The mind moments are then compared to the perceptual database of previously defined experiences, right? If there's an entry in there that is close enough, then that whole memory thread attaches to the present moment and it solidifies and rolls into conceptual reality, and then we're in this experience. Let me ask you, as you look around the room, is everything sharp, in focus, in detail? Can you read everything like that? You're in the mental construction, not in the sensing experience, because we don't sense like that. That's the thing we've made, just so you have a understanding of that. We're in
visual experience.
Well, it's all senses, right? The visual alone isn't going to be enough, right? I went to film school in the 70s. In the 70s in film school, they always showed the clip of the shower scene from Hitchcock's Psycho. Do you know the one I mean? If you're bored too late, you'll be watching the remake of Psycho, which is not the same thing at all. Black and white, right? And so they show you the thing, picture, sound, and music, right? And it's terrifying. Those violins, and all of a sudden you're terrified, right? But if you take the sound and the music away and you just look at the picture, it's not frightening. It's a series of, jump cuts, shower, water coming out, drain, shadow of drag queen with knife, which is admittedly scary. Damsel in the shower, how vulnerable it is to be naked, and then if you add the sound effects, it's not scary because it's just the shower and the drain and the shower curtain ripping. But you add those violins and all of a sudden we're right back in there. So we construct this experience that we're having, and it has all of those things. So we pull that memory thread and we attach it to the present moment, and it rolls into this experience that we're having. And so what we're really doing in this present moment is being in the present moment defined by the past, right? If these things go all the way back into childhood, it's a lot of information that's suddenly informing this present moment experience, but also what you expect to happen is there. And so we're anticipating the outcome that matches that thread of memory that we experience. Is that making sense? That's the present moment. So it is this moment. Have you figured out yet that there is only this moment? There isn't anything else. That's it. That's it. Over and over again. That's it. Right? But it is totally infused with everything that's happened that in that moment we use to define this moment. It's not a complete set of what happened, just what we've used to define this moment, including what we can expect to have happen. Also, what's there in that moment is everything that could happen, every choice you could take. It's all right there, and you could take any of them. But because we have that idea of what can happen, most of those options we don't even consider because we don't think they can happen. And so we tend to pick over and over again the ones that we think can happen. Is that making sense? So that when we talk about the development of a strategy for addiction, what we're talking about is in each of these moments creating an experience and a definition of what's happening that will be related to the expectation. And in attachment theory, where those early expectations come from is the actual experience of the child interacting with the caregiver. And it's constantly being used to define the present moment. Is that making sense? What do you think the main cause of addiction is in that context?
It's not, I can't, I'm take microphone, but not good enough care.
Well,
Wanting more.
She said not good enough care.
Thank you.
right. So,
Oh, yeah. You said poor attachment.
and while you're there, a poem or a song. Neglect. Neglect is the number one cause of this. So interesting. What's neglect? So how did we get there, right? This is, again, the basic understanding of attachment theory. John Bowlby was educated by Anna Freud and Melanie Klein. Do you know Melanie Klein anyway? Famous for the bad breast concept. Anyway, bad breast.
You're gonna have to help us.
All right. Breast. The bad breast.
Good breast, bad breast.
So when the child is hungry and wants to feed and the breast is full and giving the nourishment, it's a good breast. But when the mother withdraws the breast or the breast runs out of milk, then it becomes a bad breast, right? And so this is this,
In the experience of the child.
right.
Sure. Or a dog.
Right. I'm not a huge Kleinian fan, but she does have some interesting things like splitting and also projection. So,
I don't know if you have any questions, but there's a question.
oh, okay, go ahead. I can't see your name, so
Hi, I'm Margaret.
hi.
I actually happen to have done a lot of presentations on attachment theory, so it's really familiar territory for me. And I'd like to hear what you had to say about a couple of things, one of which is the insecure attachment, particularly when there's that neediness, as opposed to the avoidant insecure attachment. Because I think in avoidancy, you cut off those feelings. And I wonder if you thought about those two different kinds of insecurity in relationship to addiction.
Sure.
The other thing that I'll just throw in here, since I'm got your attention, I have brought up attachment a lot in my Buddhist environment and so I'm really interested to hear what you're saying, because in general, I've been kind of, saying, yeah, Buddhists don't think about attachment. Attachment isn't good. I mean, the whole kind of dialogue
Oh,
around that.
yes, I got it.
And so I'm very interested in hearing a different way to look at that and would like to hear more about that too.
Good. So attachment theory and attachment in Buddhism are two different words I don't even think they have a word for it in Pali, but it's two different concepts altogether. I think that I always find it actually amusing that in such a materialistic world like ours, that there's any conversation at all about non-attachment in Buddhism, because we're all gathering so many of these things that we get attached to. But you might say in the earliest piece of that attachment thing is the fixation of that sensing experience. So when I said that that sensing experience is then compared to the perceptual database and that meaning attaches and it fixates, it rolls into your attaching meaning to the undefined experience of the present moment. This is not technically a problem. In fact, it's really useful. The problem is the grasping onto it. So I would make a distinction between the grasping towards something and attachment to something. Usually when we find something pleasant and it begins to fall away in its natural cycle of impermanence, we grasp onto it so that it doesn't pull away. If something arises and we don't like it, we resist it, we become aversive to it. And this is the actual problem. I like to talk about desire. We also tend to villainize desire, but there's this primary desire for life that arises in us. And this is the thing that motivates the whole movement of our lives. And to shut that off actually just is the opposite, really, of what I think we should be doing. What we want to do is to become our authentic self freely so that we can manifest that. And what happens to so many of us in life, and this is so present in the addiction community, is that the desire to be who we are, to become that who we are, is thwarted by the conditioning that we've experienced, and that we're in some ways at war internally between the thing that we think we should be, or the thing we think we should do, and who we are. And so, and from the attachment frame, that really comes early in the sense. The other thing about this is none of us remember this stuff, right? So we're all just making it up in terms of how we relate to it. But in the life of an infant, you're born, do you understand how helpless an infant is? You know, they can't even roll over, they can't sit up, they can't feed, they can't survive without someone taking care of you. Do you know how vulnerable that is? That situation is. And we can only see about 6 inches in front of us. And so when that face comes in to take care of us, this becomes the whole world. And everything we know about ourselves is reflected to us from that face. And we begin to construct a working model of who we are in that moment, and we begin to construct a working model of the world, what we can expect from other people, right? In those first moments, I think the study is that at 42 minutes after birth, the infant makes the first attachment gesture, that smile. Have you ever seen an infant smile? It's kind of generic. Anything that moves, the infant smiles, drawing in. Did you have a sense of yourself that the first thing you did to draw people into you was to look as cute as possible, as cute as you possibly could, so people would be drawn to you? But then what happened if nobody came? You'd look confused. I'm so cute. Why aren't you coming, right? And then you'd be frightened, and so you'd whimper. And then that would turn into intermittent cry, and then into a continuous crying, and then into a tantrum, and then into anaclectic depression, where the whole thing shuts down and you become still, waiting. Addiction is mostly associated with the avoidance strategy. Process addictions, food and some relational process addictions are associated with preoccupation, but it's often more in the disorganized end of it that happens.
When you say preoccupation, do you mean anxious attachment?
Yeah. So the child categories are secure, anxious avoidant, anxious ambivalent, and disorganized, and the adult categories are secure, dismissing, preoccupied. Then the trauma line falls down and we're into disorganized attachment. It's fearfully preoccupied, fearfully avoidant, and complexly disorganized. A complexly disorganized person uses all of the attachment strategies depending on how they create the meaning in the present moment. But most of us will have had the experience of neglect if we're using substances or process addictions.
And the process addictions were related to mostly what?
Sex, money, danger, gambling, food. Yeah, food is a
Which
huge
kind
one.
of attachment style?
There is a particular attachment outcome that is highly associated with food, which is preoccupied, but almost all of the rest of them are avoidant strategies. What's neglect?
The first one you said process versus the other.
Substance?
So that's substances?
Substances. What's neglect? So just so we're clear, neglect is where the caregivers are present but unavailable. Is that making sense? They're there, but you can't get them to respond to you. They reflect back to you, and this is something subtle, but I would like you to consider it. The caregiver is interested in you, they connect to you, they see you, and they reflect back to you your interests, what you're discovering, the way that you are. And so you see in the face of that person a reflection of yourself, and then you begin to construct a model of yourself based on that reflection. But it's based on actually them reflecting you back to you. What if, instead of doing that, they reflected back their experience of you right? And the things that they liked about the experience of you and the things that they didn't like about the experience of you. And then you didn't, as an infant, have any capacity to tell the difference to that. And then you began to construct your sense of self based on their preferences for you. Is that making sense? Then when your authentic desire arises and it's in conflict with what they wanted for you, you're in conflict with yourself. Is that making sense? That's what we're really talking about here. The authentic desire for the way that I want my life to be arises, and if it's in conflict into the way that they wanted our life to be for them, right? Not for us, for them. What do you do as a child? We all did it. We fold. We fold and become who they want. Yeah.
People online are asking to be able to hear what.
Oh.
People online are asking to be able to hear what folks are saying. So maybe if someone's just putting out a word or two, you could repeat it.
Okay.
Rather than having to pass the mic around. Thank you.
It's mostly just cheering me on, so. What causes, so the avoidant attachment strategy is caused by neglect. What causes preoccupation? What is preoccupation then? Maybe we should define avoidant a little bit more. Secure functioning is a view of yourself as a capable human being and a view of the world as willing to meet your needs, so that you can understand what your needs are and you can go out into the world and the world will then give you what you want. Is that how you see yourself in the world? An avoidant person thinks of themselves as incapable of getting their needs met at the core of it, but that's unbearable. And so what they do instead is they inflate their sense of self, that they're the greatest thing that ever happened. We even have a category which makes me laugh every time. It's called GOAT, the greatest of all time. The competition to be the greatest of all time, it's so inflationary, right? At the core of that is this belief that there's nothing I can do to get somebody to respond to me, and that's what happens with neglect. You try everything to get a response from your caregiver and nothing works. And that at the core means that you're not worth anything because you couldn't get them to respond to you. But if you respond to them, of course, they reward you. And so we learn a way of being responsive to someone else in order to elicit from them the thing that we want. Is that making sense? It's called idealization. In the preoccupied experience, the household is chaotic and the child can't predict what to do. So in that secure dyadic experience of the infant, where the caregiver is actually paying attention to the infant and tracking what the expressions of the infant mean, and then relaying it back to the infant. Oh, you're doing this, that means you're too hot, let me take off the blanket. Oh, that means you're cold, let me give you a blanket. And when these loops get connected where this gesture leads to that care, the infant becomes secure that they can ask for the thing that they need and it will be provided for them. Is that making sense? We could all have done that had we had a caregiver that paid attention to us and was interested in that. In the neglecting household, you perform for the caregiver in order to receive care. So your engagement with the caregiver is to understand what they want from you, and then you provide that to them, and then they provide care. It's the basis of not a collaborative relationship, but a transactional relationship, right? It's not intimate, it's transactional. I perform for you the thing that you want, and then you give me what I want. In the preoccupied household, because it's so chaotic, the child can't predict how to request something because the caregiver doesn't pay attention to it. So you could do the same gesture 3 times and you'd get 3 different responses from the caregiver. So it's not important to track gestures. What's important is to ask over and over and over again to get the thing that you want until you eventually get it. Is that making sense? So you'll notice that hectoring quality. Have you ever seen a child say, I want this, and the caregiver says no, and the child says, I want this, and the caregiver says no. And that goes on, and finally the caregiver says, okay, you can have it. That's that cycle. You've seen it, I'm sure.
What that makes me think of is the intermittent reinforcement of the slot machines.
Right.
It's like if something becomes more addictive, not just if it's rewarded, but if the rewarded is inconsistent.
Yeah.
And so is that a connection there?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily connect it to addiction per se, but I would connect it to the attention to relationships, right? One of the main differences between addiction and involvement is that addicts give up on people ever providing for them. And they really are looking for a way of getting through life alone without. One of the reasons so many
And that's why we use substances.
that's why you use substances. Why would you need to use substances if you
We've substituted it,
well,
sort of.
we live in bodies. We have the whole neurology of being in relationship to other people. If you don't have close relationships, the body reacts with pain. And the more isolated you are, the more painful the body becomes. And in childhood, a lot of the process addictions can manage that level of pain, but in the adult life, the pain often gets so great that we look for a relief to the pain. And what happens? You find substances, right? Oh, I have a couple of sips of wine and I feel completely without pain. But then there is dependency, right? Did you notice when a couple of sips of wine didn't work anymore, so you drank half a glass? Did you notice when the half a glass didn't work, so you had to drink a whole glass, and then 2 glasses, and the whole bottle? Did you notice that progression, which was related to the tolerance of the body to the substances? So that's what happens. If you could have had 2 sips of wine, we would not be meeting here. We would all be alone sipping 2 sips of wine. Yes, microphone.
I have a friend, and in his first marriage, he was smoking weed at least once a day, and his wife called marijuana the other woman.
You're going to have to change your mind about that. That really, the whole thing boils down to, you're going to have to change your mind about being completely alone and figure out how to be in relationship to other people. That actually is the solution. And there isn't another one.
So the question is what if you want to?
Wait, Mike.
So the question would be wanting to be in relationship to others rather than just saying, no, I don't, and I'll isolate, use substance.
Right. Well, isolation is the #1 cause of relapse. Why does that happen? Because you get into greater and greater states of pain, and then at a certain point, you can't stop yourself, right? This is another piece, emotional regulation. Addiction is an emotional regulation strategy that you use to replace other people. Other people are the great emotional regulators for us. We want to form relationships with people that help us to emotionally regulate, and we want to have availability to them so that whenever we're emotionally dysregulated, we can get regulated by them. when you isolate yourself and you attempt to regulate yourself in isolation, it is a huge energy commitment and it takes a lot of time to be able to do. You could regulate with somebody in 20 minutes or a half an hour, that it could take you 2 or 3 days to regulate, right? It's, the economics are huge, right?
I have a question. For some
Wait.
reason, I'm
Oh, wait,
having,
we got a new microphone.
Sorry about that. For some reason, I'm having a hard time with the word regulate, only because I'm having some aversion towards it. So.
What about it? Can I define it first and then you can tell me whether you're
Yes,
still?
I'd like for it to be defined, because regulate means taking me back to school and don't you dare do that,
Right.
because, it's authoritarian kind of
Oh.
thing.
So we're biochemical and all experience is caused by neurochemicals being added to the soup. And there's a balance point where everything is in relationship to each other. Let's call it a mythic homeostatic point. Every time an experience happens, more neurochemicals are dumped in and we move out of that homeostasis. And then the body, mind, liver, kidneys, all that stuff moves to pull us back into that homeostatic place. So we're moving in and out of this place of emotional balance, emotional regulation. That's what I mean. So that when something happens and you get enraged and you dump all of this cortisol, all of this adrenaline, all this noradrenaline, all that stuff into the system so that you can manifest the rage, then the regulation would be to pull that all back down into the place of balance. Is that making sense?
So I could substitute regulate for being balanced.
Yes.
Thank you. That makes, for me, a little more.
Okay, good. Emotionally balanced. Have you noticed that some people are balancing and some people are not? Some people regulate, some people don't have much effect, some people are dysregulating. Have you ever met somebody who's dysregulating? So that's the attention. So when I'm, I should probably say this now. I am not encouraging you with the current set of skills that you have to rush back out and try to start the same kind of relationships that have failed you over the course of your lifetime. I'm suggesting that you learn a new set of skills and that you then take the new set of skills out into the world and try those on, which is to say, learn the dynamics of secure functioning relationships so that you can then begin to develop secure functioning relationships. Because if you grew up in a household where you were neglected, what you learned was the relational skills of a neglecting household. And that's the relational skills that you use to attempt to form relationships. And they are going to form much in the same way that they have formed over the course of your lifetime.
Going back, you said that in a preoccupied home, the infant tries everything, but the response is inconsistent.
Right.
And I think you said, and this is what I'm wanting clarity on, for the avoidant household, the infant tries everything, but the response is kind of just non-existent. Is that right?
They're consistently rejected to the point that the child gives up trying.
Thank you.
But that does not mean they give up on trying to get their needs met. It just means they give up on other people meeting them outside of a transactional frame. I'll do this for you, but you have to do this for me. It moves into that. And there's a question. You're muted.
I'd like to disagree with you a little bit.
Sure.
In terms of, I think when there's the avoidant family, one of the problems is you have to give up your own needs because they're intolerable. The wish to connect, the neediness is intolerable to the parent. And so you learn a cooled off approach, and that is acceptable to the parent. And so there's that cutting off. And in some ways, it's also acting from a role base as
Right.
opposed to, you know, a real kind of connectedness. And you then take that into adulthood. And also, that really provides a kind of understanding of how to build and erect defenses so that we can tolerate doing that.
Yeah,
And
we don't disagree at all.
okay, good. I'm just trying to clarify because I think one of the other things I wanted to comment on is I have found that years of therapy and many retreats have kind of access a lot of this stuff. And the kind of way we have formed our egos or defense systems we can get at that through both therapy and through retreating. But so I'm just kind of curious because it's such a basic foundation of how we see the world,
Right.
you know, and you can do so much through your intelligence or intellectual understanding. You can do so much through, you know, kind of deepening um, deepening just our basic sense of being in the world, which is what I experience on retreat. And it's interesting because when I'm on retreat, I never want to drink.
Right.
It's just completely different. It's like
That's because you're with people.
that's probably true.
Yeah.
And how does AA fit into that, or what model? I guess it's because that connects you to people. Is that correct?
Well, the AA model is, it's like let's say a three-pillar approach. One is the community. One is the transformation of the narrative to something that's useful and helpful. Most of us, particularly if we get sort of at the lower end of life in our addictions, the narratives can be quite awful. And so the transformation of the narrative into something that's helpful to other people is useful. And then the third piece is the metaphysical belief in some force that is going to resolve this for you. And so the higher power, yeah. Do you have the capacity to accept a higher power or not? And I think that that's one of the limiting factors, because a lot of people that don't have much capacity for that find the 12-step approach limiting in that sense. One of the reasons why I would say the Dharma recovery happened and these other approaches was because the group of people that has a hard time with the metaphysics of it. I think that the main solution for many people is the structure of regular meetings where you can go and be with people and get regulated by other people in those environments without actually forming an intimate relationship. Right? That's the piece. And really don't need an intimate relationship with someone else to have them help you regulate. It's just the two bodies together are regulating for each other. And so that works really well. There are some issues with the 12-step world in terms of what we would call exploration in the attachment thing, right? There's the attachment system, there's the exploration system, and there's the collaborative relationship system. These are the main forces of secure attachment. And in the 12-step world, sure, attachment system, exploration system, and the collaborative relationship system. Have you caught on to the fact that this topic is so deep that one day is not going to be enough to crack it? So just so you know. In the 12-step world, the choice is always, are you going to be able to maintain your sobriety if you accept that opportunity? If you don't think you're going to be able to maintain your sobriety in accepting that opportunity, then you should pass on the opportunity. And this is really good for keeping you sober, but what you'll also notice is sort of 5 years in to the program, if you haven't been able to explore for meaning in your life, you become despairing. And then the despairing piece is the thing that becomes threatening to your capacity. Or you engage in relational patterns that are destructive, right? There's a high level of fear of success in recovery communities also. So I think that's an interesting thing.
High fear of success?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
What do you mean by success?
Well, staying sober is one, certainly, but, and again, we were talking about a little bit earlier, when the authentic desire for what it is that you would like your life to be arises, how free are you then to go pursue that? Or do you notice conflicts arising around that? We haven't talked about exploration yet in terms of attachment, but when you look at what is the point of this life, have you figured that one out yet? Why are you here? What are you doing? Right? The exploration of understanding what that is the central thing of life. And if you're in a meditation frame, of course, we're always talking about enlightenment, understanding what it is that this human condition is, and then to be free to manifest it completely, right? That exploration, that discovery of what that is and what's meaningful to you. Do you know what that is, right? And understand that the basic skill set of exploration you learned in relationship to your caregiver in infancy, and that you're likely using that struggle. So you'll notice fear of success is higher in preoccupied populations and disorganized populations. And it comes from the child attempting to explore, but the caregiver being unable to tolerate the separation of the child from them. In role reversing situations, the child becomes central to the emotional regulation of the caregiver, and the separation of the child from the caregiver causes the caregiver distress, and so the caregiver interferes with the child being able to separate from the caregiver in order to explore. The child begins to associate succeeding with the loss of affection. And so the closer you get to achieving something that you want to achieve, the greater the anxiety is that you'll be abandoned if you do succeed. And so you fail in order to relieve the anxiety of being abandoned. You need the microphone.
That's self-defeating.
Yeah,
Self-sabotaging.
yeah, that's it. They were calling it self-sabotaging. Self-sabotaging behavior is often associated with fear of success.
I was going to ask you about childhood. What happens when the child is the caregiver? And I think what would happen in a case when the child is actually the caregiver?
So we call role reversing, we call that in attachment. Role reversing can happen to any of the relationships where the child takes on the care of the caregiver. The reason that the child takes on the care of the caregiver is so that the caregiver will function at the adult level, because the child recognizes that they need an adult to navigate the adult part of the world. And so they think that if they can manage the adult, then that the care and the life that in the household will be better than if they don't do it. But it is also the caregiver who is soliciting that from the child. So, and because the caregiver is in control, the caregiver is actually, in some sense, inducing in the child that kind of care. what really happens is that you abandon your own exploration in order to take care of the caregiver. And so you don't really have much sense in the way of what would be meaningful and what wouldn't be meaningful for you. And you don't have the emotional skills to be able to separate and explore on your own what that would be. So you, in some sense, you can't leave home to discover who you are, I would say. Might be a poetic way to say it. What is the purpose of this life? What is the purpose of your life to you? And that is to discover what's meaningful to you, right? So that then you can construct a life where at least some part of each day is spent exploring the things that really matter. That's what I would say. And because we're all unique, our conditioning is all unique, the thing that is going to matter to us is going to also be unique. So there isn't a description of a single path that we should all go down. We need to go down the path that is ours. In order to go down that path, we have to be able to separate from other people to go down the path, right? But what happens if you get dysregulated or you get out of balance, right? Then you want to be able to rush back to people who can help you come back into balance. Because if you don't have those people, when you get to the moment where you have to choose risking the loss of balance or not, you don't take the risk because it's too difficult for you to balance yourself. And you begin to truncate the risk that you take in the things that you need to discover to have a meaningful life. And then you get to the place that you are in despair at your life not having the meaning that it could have. But you also are too afraid to take the risks to discover that because you don't have the relational support that would allow you, the safety net, right? How easy is it to dance on the high wire if there's a safety net and you just fall and get back up and go again? What's the difference between that or there's no net? Do you even go out onto the wire? You know what I mean? Disorganized people typically give up on relationships and try to go it alone sometime in their late 20s and early 30s. And it's often a conscious decision. I can't do this. It's wrecking everything. It's worse. I'm going to just be alone. Dismissing people are the organized end of the thing. Dismissing people, do well in the world. Organized people do well in the world. But they keep the things that really matter to them completely secret. It's not unusual for a dismissing person to have never told anyone what really mattered to them. And they just learn early on in that dyadic relationship that you can't share it. You have to be who they want you to be. And you need to get really good at being who they want you to be. And the better you are at it, the more you get. That's the formula. That's how they think of it. I'm excellent at getting the things that I want, but it's not necessarily the thing that means anything, right? It's stuff.
I got a comment more than
Okay.
The risk taking, like the courage to travel across the country by yourself to go to school, to leave home. That's sort of the same courage that also got me smoking crack and starting oxycodone. You know what I mean? It's sort of like I am not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
I will hike.
I can't walk, but I'm not afraid.
Or I should be like people say you should have been more afraid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm going to try these hard drugs because it's not like I think I'm that I won't die, but I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to go.
Well, how important is dying in this whole mix? Not that important.
Sorry, it's just a comment. My other thing too, in the rooms, so to speak, like it is true. I meet a lot of dudes. Like having relationships, that is just it's so difficult for them, and it's kind of a trip.
Yes. Not only dudes. You know, where do you learn relational skills, right? Where do you learn them? You learn them by watching the adults around you relate to each other, how they do. And we then take that out. You know, your attachment conditioning is fully operational by the time you're 10 months old. 70% of people use the same attachment strategy that's active at 10 months old for their entire life, right? When you showed up at the playground when you were 4 or 5 years old and you began to socialize and attempt to form relationships, you were already forming them based on your attachment relationship. Did you know that when you walk into a room that you create a social hierarchy and you peg yourself where you are in the social hierarchy? In every room you enter, that's what you do. And then do you go for the people that you think are at the top of the social hierarchy to introduce yourself, or do you not go after them? Where do you go when you do that? Can you mentalize fast enough in the present moment that you're aware that you're creating these realities and that you've just created them and that you could create a whole other one in the next moment if you wanted to, if you could track all of this stuff, right? Or do you become attached to them and they become what's true, and so you self-select out of the possibilities that you might see for yourself, right? They wouldn't want me, I'll have to go talk to somebody who would, right? Because of my value, which you've just created for yourself, right? I'd like to say, let other people reject you. Stop rejecting yourself. Is that making sense? Do you have enough sense of what the attachment terrain is at this point? I know that it's been a little bit scattered and around, but let me just sum it up and then we can talk a little bit about addiction. If you're born and your caregiver responds to you in a good enough way, 30% of the time, you tend to be secure. The last time you took a quiz and got 30% right, what grade did you get? It's a low bar. It's an astonishingly low bar. When we're not in the secure community, we might imagine, and I worked in rehabs for 12 years, and the typical response in the rehab was that secure people are unicorns. I've never actually encountered one. They're just not around. Actually, that's because if you don't bring to a secure person the minimum relational requirements, they don't have relationships with you. And because people who use addictions don't have them, they don't tend to find themselves in relationship with secure people. People who are neglected tend to be avoidant in their attachment strategy. And I describe it in this way because we're moving away from the skill set that you need to function securely. The further away we get, the less developed skill set you have. So secure is first, and then dismissing is close in terms of mentalizing capacity and ability to function. And then we move into preoccupation. Dismissing people are good at secondary exploration. Maybe we talk about primary and secondary exploration. Primary exploration is the pursuit of things that matter to you, that have real meaning to you. And secondary exploration is the gathering of time, energy, and resources to fund your life, right? Dismissing people are good at secondary exploration typically, but they're not good at primary exploration. And so they often achieve at a high level, but find no fulfillment in the achievement. That's the marker for them. Preoccupied people don't really explore. What they'd like to do is hitch their wagon to somebody who does explore and live vicariously off that exploration. they're the most inauthentic of the attachment strategies. They're constantly pretending to be who you want so that you'll want them. And they really have very little sense of who they are authentically and what drives their desire. Then the trauma line falls down. And that's disorganizing. And what do we mean by organized and disorganized attachment? In organized attachment, you have a go-to strategy. When your attachment system activates, you go to a predictable response. And when you're disorganized, you go to an unpredictable response in terms of responding to attachment. Why would that matter so much?
Yet very unsettling and anxious and uncomfortable.
Do you have the
Unsettling, discomfort,
For who?
anxious, this disorganized.
For the disorganized person? Yes, that's true. But what about the person who's attempting to relate to you? This is where it really comes in and why disorganized people do so much less well in relationships. Remember the infant who learned that when they made a gesture, they would receive care? And so that began this dialogue with the caregiver where I act like this and I get that response. I act like this and I get that response. It's very predictable. In a disorganized person where you can't predict what the response was going to be, you also can't predict how to tell them what you need them to know. And because you can't predict how to tell them what they need to know, you begin to be apprehensive about addressing them with something. And because you're inhibited in expressing yourself authentically to communicate to something, you limit the spontaneous, intimate quality of the relationship. So disorganized people tend to form relationships with disorganized people because they get a pass for not being predictable in the way that they respond. But it also means that they drop off a cliff in terms of functioning, right? Is that making sense? Fearfully preoccupied, fearfully avoidant, and complexly disorganized. Fearfully preoccupied, it's the responses are extreme. Fearfully avoidant people just disappear. Fearfully preoccupied people demand that you help them, that you save them, and that you're morally obligated to do it. And if you don't do it, you're a terrible person. Fearful avoidant people disappear. They're the sweetest people on the planet. You just love them to death, but then they disappear on you because they can't relate, they can't risk relating. And then complexly disorganized people, they could respond secure in one gesture, preoccupied in one gesture, and avoidant in another gesture. Question? You're muted.
Yeah. Part of my job was to observe families and
Yeah.
analyze the attachment of little kids. And
Yeah.
it's really striking when you see a disorganized attachment kid, because their reactions are so out of line and they vary so much. I remember one observation I had of a 5-year-old where one minute he threw himself on the ground and was screaming and pounding. The next he ran up to his mother and grabbed her. I think it's really important for people to understand how disorganized this can look.
Right.
And it happened to be in a situation with divorce, so I think that made it even more so. And that then that disorganized child does learn. At 4, they don't know it, but as they get a little older, they learn what's the best approach. It may not work every time. The responses can be very different and disorganizing, but they find some way to manage it. But those kids then have a lot of trouble out in the world because they do that in school, they do it with other people, which is so different than a secure attachment where securely attached kids tend to elicit really great things from the environment.
Right.
And so it's something that kind of just rolls along for the child.
Yep.
Is there more you want to say about that?
Just in relating it to addiction, in the distribution of addiction in attachment strategies, 30% of dismissing people, so organized, avoidant people, have addiction, and 70% of disorganized kids have addiction. So it really is
I
huge.
think
30% of organized, avoidant people have addiction, and 70% of disorganized people have addiction. It's a huge, huge number.
What about preoccupied?
About 15%.
that's preoccupied.
Preoccupied people. She said, what about preoccupied people? It's about 15%, and then secure people, it's about 3%. So,
I think is avoidant and dismissing the same thing?
avoidant, is the child category, and dismissing is the adult category. Target is an avoidance strategy. What are you avoiding? Attachment. Sure.
If this is not somewhere you want to go, please don't. But how do big societal issues of racism, misogyny, nationalism, how do you look at attachment theory with that?
Okay. It's as bad as you expect. There aren't reliable studies mostly on the distribution of attachment in our societies. In the first studies done at Berkeley with Mary Main and other places, the distribution of secure attachment was 65%, 15% dismissing, 15% preoccupied, and less than 5% disorganized. What do you know about getting into elite universities? You have to function pretty well to get in there, right? You have to have a track record of functioning. And so they did one of the things that also we should understand in those initial studies of the distribution is that they excluded for poverty, because poverty tended to go disorganized. You live in San Francisco, you meet disorganized people all of the time. They're on every corner. In a meta study that they did, assembling a bunch of different attachment strategies, considering the whole population and not excluding for poverty, the distribution was 28% secure, 20% dismissing, 20% preoccupied, and 32% disorganized. If there aren't reliable ones for just disadvantaged groups, really, I think that would be something to do, but the evidence of that is really not wanted.
Not wanted.
Yeah. Particularly now, I mean. So why is poverty such a destructive thing in terms of attachment? Because the caregivers need to be secure and not anxious in order to meet the children. And if you're housing insecure, food insecure, employment insecure, it's hard to be in a state that you could relate easily in our culture. It isn't necessarily so. I mean, Mary Ainsworth, who was one of the original people exploring this, did a study in Ghana, which was with indigenous, what is the word for people who just live in a country where that we tend to colonialize, right? And so So anyway, the people that live there in the traditional societies that have been there, the distribution of attachment was similar. So, and in the West, all of the different societies that have been tested has been quite similar, with the exception of the former Soviet Union, which is 9% secure. So it's a very unstable society. It has produced a lot less security. I don't know how we would find that out. Good to know.
On that topic, I think it was in 2020, I was listening to some content by a Black female therapist who identified as being in recovery from narcissism. And she talked about racism as a form of narcissism, which makes sense to me because, and this is also, I think, the first time I had heard of narcissism talked about as a form of addiction to people. It's like you have certain internal psychological needs that you've decided other people are responsible for, and you have this kind of aggressive way of making them meet those needs for you. And I'm curious, like in your understanding and your research, like does narcissism enter into this calculus about addiction and attachment? Like where does that fit in?
Narcissism is the Masterson scale, so it's a different scale than the attachment scale, but it loosely maps onto narcissism being an avoidant strategy. So it's in there with the addiction stuff. Antisocial personality disorder is at the one end, and borderline personality disorder is at the other end. Borderline personality disorder tends to, the extremes tend to be in the disorganized end of it. So angrily disorganized, preoccupied tends to be borderline on the one end, and antisocial personality tends to be disorganized on the avoidant end. Then when you pull back a little bit to narcissistic personality disorder, it tends to map onto organized avoidant people, so dismissing people. But, we used to call it cluster Bs, if you know what I mean, when we were working in the rehab, because people have a range of these ways of relating to the world, and you really have to pick up the different strategies that they've picked up and then put it together in a cluster rather than think of them purely as the way that the theory describes them. That makes sense. I think we've talked enough for the morning section. Let's do something. Would you like to do some meditation, or would you like to do a dyad? Meditation? Yes, it's the perfect avoidant response. To do a dyad.
What is the dyad?
Well, you would sit with another person and you would answer 4 questions. The 4 questions are: what is your name? Where are you from? So now, where did you grow up? What did your family do at various times for a living? And did you see much of your grandparents when you were little?
Can we do both?
We can. In fact, yeah, that was the plan. It wasn't that you're going to get out of the dyad. I just like you to feel some agency. All right. One of the, in terms of the repair of attachment, one of the things that we talk about is mentalizing. Mentalizing means that you're able to track that process I described. You gather the sense data, the mind moments, and you compare them to the perceptual database, And you can track fasted up the process of doing that so that you understand what you've done, right? So you understand how you've created the meaning of the present moment, and you can track that. Then you understand what about that meaning you might want to communicate to someone else. And then you would understand how to communicate it to them. Because we're all unique, we all use unique definitions. If you want to truly communicate to somebody, you have to describe something to them that maps onto their definitions so they know what you're talking about. Because if you don't bother to do that and you explain something to them, they're going to define it with their definitions. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're me and you think cherries are the best fruit that ever happened, right? I just can't even describe to you the enjoyment of the complexity of a sweet cherry. It's just awesome. But what if you think cherries are kind of ho-hum? I can't understand why that would happen, but it does happen occasionally. And so I say to you, this is just like cherries. And you're thinking, it's ho-hum, right? But let's say you think raspberries have the complexity of a cherry. This is not even possible, but let's say you think that. And then I say to you, it's like I think of cherries, it's like you think of raspberries. So that you actually understand what I'm saying. And then you get them to feed back to you. Yeah, it's like I like raspberries and you like cherries. So what you're telling me, this is a really great thing and we should do it, right? That's what I'm saying. So you then take in their response and understand what the response is. And then the fourth is you modify your understanding of the relationship between you. Can you do that in every moment of communication? That would be adequate mentalizing. But what you find is secure people can do that. And so they're actually engaged in communicative relationships, and insecure and disorganized people can't do that so well. This does not mean that there's a deficit. It means that there's a lack of skills training. Is that making sense? And you can train mentalizing and you can improve mentalizing so that you will be able to do all of that. And so this meditation is training two dimensions of mentalizing. One is monitoring and one is spontaneity. And so we're going to track auditory thinking space. Everybody have a sense of the voice inside their head, inside the head, or at the opening of the ears. That's what we're going to track in this meditation. We're going to do a few minutes of just basic breath counting to settle in and then shift into tracking that. And we'll do about 25 minutes. Is that good? 3 bells to start, 1 to stop. So go ahead and settle in, closing the eyes, scanning through the body, looking for any tension you might be holding, seeing if you can release it. We're going to do some breath counting practice and some insight practice. So you're going to want to position the body in a posture that you can hold still without having to move. And this is accomplished by finding a way to balance the body so you use the least amount of muscle power. The muscles getting tired and achy over time, requiring you to move. So a process of trial and error, finding a useful posture, remembering it, finding it again the next time you sit down, refining it, re-remembering it. And in this way, over time, training the procedural memory just to settle the body in. Always a good idea to do a quick inventory of the body as part of a settling in process. So if you're sitting in a chair, plant your feet so you have a good solid base. If you're sitting on a bench or a cushion, arrange the legs so they'll be comfortable for the period of sitting. Hips above the knees so there's no restriction in the blood flow. That can cause an irritation in the legs that distracts you from the meditation. Tilting the pelvis slightly forward so the tailbone is vertical helps support a soft curve in the lower back, which in turn supports the mid and upper back. Drawing the shoulders back and down, relaxing the muscles in the back, tucking in the chin. Moving the head forward and back, the torso forward and back, till you find a sweet spot where the back is mostly balanced. We control the brightness of the mind by controlling the tension in the core or the front side of the body. If you notice that the mind is sleepy or sluggish, tightening up the core tends to brighten it up. If you notice that the mind is restless or agitated, relaxing the core tends to settle it down. You can easily adjust tension in core by hand position. If you need to tighten it up, just lift the hands a couple of inches off the lap and hold them there. If you need to settle it down, just let them rest on top of the legs. I like to use a hand position where the palms are up, right hand on top of the left with the thumbs touching. Maintaining the thumbs touching and the back in balance requires present moment awareness. If you get pulled away into thinking, what you may notice is that the back drifts out of balance, the thumbs drop. So you have these physical sensations which are alerting you to the loss of mindfulness. That happens. Just come back to the present moment, reset the back, reset the thumbs, restart the technique. Sometimes saliva can slip into the breathing process, causing you to cough. Holding the tongue against the roof of the mouth can help with that. Closing the eyes, just letting the breath go in and out as it will, no effort to control it. We'll begin a breath counting strategy, counting from 1 to 10, back down to 1 on the out breath only. So breathing out, count 1, follow the sensations of the inhale. Breathing out, count 2, follow the sensations of the inhale. Breathing out, count 3, follow the sensations of the inhale. Up to 10, back down to 1, continuously repeating the process. If you get pulled away into thinking, as soon as you're aware of it, just come back, re-anchor your attention to wherever you're tracking the breath, tip of the nose, opening of the mouth, back of the throat, rising of the chest, rising of the belly. Begin the count again at 1, no big deal. Even if you have to do it over and over, the mind will eventually settle. Okay, let go of the concentration practice. We'll begin some insight practice using the meditation strategy, investigating self-generated emotion. Bring your attention to auditory thinking space. So for most people, this is inside the head between the ears, or actually at the opening of the ears, the place where you hear the clear talk of the mind. So that's the object of meditation. We're going to be tracking that. You'll notice that there's 3 general possibilities here. One is the mind is completely quiet. There is no internal talk. The second is that the mind is chattering away, but they're one-off thoughts. They're not really repeating. They're just reacting to the environment, coming and going. And then the third category is the repetitive thought. So a narrative or a theme that the mind is generating. These tend to be future-oriented, so planning or worrying, or they tend to be reminiscing of the past, or maybe even rehearsing is future generated. We're going to note and label. So noting means you know where your attention is, you soak into the sensing experience, and labeling means you're categorizing the quality of the content of the mind. We're going to use the label rest or none for a quiet mind. We're going to use the label one or one off for a mind engaged in a thought that's related to the present moment. And we're going to use the label repeat or repeating to describe a mind that's caught up in a story or a narrative. We're just going to continuously note that. I will do a little out loud. 1, 1. Rest. 1. Rest. You get the idea. So we're developing the mentalizing dimension of spontaneity versus monitoring. Do you have the experience of an otherwise chatty mind going completely quiet when you pay attention to it? That would be over monitoring. Do you can constantly get completely swept up into the content of the thought that you're having and lose the monitoring? That would be being swept up in the spontaneous side. So we're always trying to come into balance. We want to monitor the least amount so that the mind is completely spontaneous. But if we notice we get swept up into the content, then we need to monitor more. If we notice that we're monitoring at a point where it's interfering with the spontaneous arising of the content, then we want to monitor less. This is the investigation. See if you could come into balance. Now, if there was a single instruction I could give you so that you could all solve the problem of monitoring and spontaneity, I would give it to you. But since we're all unique, each of the strategies that we use, we'll have to find for ourselves. So see if you can explore how to do that. If you get swept up into the content, of course, you'll lose the monitoring altogether, and then you'll need to reset. Coming back into awareness of internal auditory thinking and then beginning to track it. Is the mind quiet? Is it engaged in one-off thought? Is it repeating? If you over-monitor, of course, the auditory space will just go quiet. And then it'll be just rest, rest, rest. So you have to figure out how to relax that. Sometimes focusing away from auditory space onto some other part of the body, say, touching into the felt sense of the torso, while still partially monitoring talk space, will allow the internal dialogue to begin again, and then switch back to holding just that space. See if we can play around with it, get it to work. How's that? Caught up? Over monitoring? Or it just worked perfectly? Which was it? Would it? Yeah.
It was not, I was noticing it was not so much over monitoring versus 180. It was, it's almost like the emotional system overtakes the feeling aspect, and that tends to, like for example, I was worried that I parked my car wrong. The feeling tends to feel like there's nothing going on in the brain. It's just the feeling itself. And there's a sense that there's something underneath. And I'm a little afraid, like what's going to come. It's almost like there's a blocking.
So that's the over monitoring.
But not from witnessing standpoint of view, but from the emotional. It's almost like the emotion is shutting it down.
Right. So I always teach this in a very linear fashion, but it's omnidirectional. So the auditory thinking, visual thinking, the emotional quality of the body, and the felt sense of the body are all omnidirectional in causing the arising or interfering with the arising. So I like to teach it in a linear way, just in one small space at a time, so that you can get the picture of it, and then we'll stack the other spaces so you can track them all. Good. Someone else?
So much of it was meta commentary. It was the thoughts that I was tracking. It was like, am I doing this right? It was all like monitoring the monitoring. And then there was this moment where I was like,
Did you? How did you label that?
repeat.
Okay, good.
And then there was this moment where I was like, wait, this is all just more commentary. And so there's like some point of like stepping outside of it, and then there was like the stilling. And then there was a lot more rest when I was less identified with it, I guess.
I'm detecting a suggestion that it's a problem to be solved, but that wasn't in the instruction.
Right. Yeah, there was a lot of resistance to thought.
Yeah. The repetitive thought is meant to be emotionally regulating. When you bring your attention to auditory thinking space, of course, it's an aspect of thought. It's not the whole thought. So there is the emotional piece which is happening at the whole time, but outside of the chosen object of meditation. This is the first part of this, and then we will expand it to where you relate the auditory thinking to the emotion in the body so that they're connected. And then also to visual thinking so that you have all of the representations of that, a little piece at a time. Good, thanks.
I was a combination of one thought and repetitive thought, and then I drifted off, which is something that happens to me often in meditation,
Right.
to a sort of fantasy hypnagogic state. And I'm curious how I would label that, or I mean, I wasn't really in a labeling capable of labeling, but
right.
if I were, or when I realized it, what would I label it? From your perspective.
A trance-like state?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of a dreamlike, more like dreamlike than trance-like.
So, and is that related to spacing out or to concentrating?
I'm not sure.
Because if you get concentrated, of course, all those bliss states arise, right? And they're very intoxicating, but you can also space out.
Yeah, I think it's more spacey than concentrated.
So then spacing out is recognizing that you've been swept up into the spontaneous side and tighten up the monitoring. That's the solution.
But how do you label it? Does it?
I would label it as out of the meditation and coming back.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah.
You're caught up in the spontaneity and lost the monitoring, so you're out of the meditation.
Yeah.
You want to be able to monitor the hypnagogy, so it's that you're present.
Yeah, I mean,
for
this
it.
is a decade-long struggle I have.
Yes.
And certain techniques work better. This particular technique doesn't work for that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Good. So it's noon. We're going to take an hour and 15-minute lunch break and then come back. And then I'm going to talk about the 4 modules of the meditation and addiction. We'll do a dyad, and then also we'll do some ideal parent figure protocol meditation. If you haven't done that, it's the way that we remap the perceptual database. Thanks. So I was just asked the question, are we going to do the addiction part? And so I'm going to answer that question. The whole thing is the addiction part. let's talk about the nature of addiction. If we look at the opposite of addiction as connection, then I think that you'll be in the frame of what I really mean by this. We learn in childhood that relationships are difficult and dangerous, and that they cost too much in terms of our life resources, and then we begin to look for a way to do without them. And so because we're actually engineered to live in complex social groups, the need to and the attempt to withdraw from complex social groups leads us to a place of painfulness in life. And that level of painfulness in life then has to be managed without the help of other people. And that means all of the strategies that we use to regulate our emotions have to be under our control and not dependent on someone else. And when you begin to examine how that plays out, you begin to see these patterns emerging. Now, most of us who use substances will have grown up in a family system where substances are part of the emotional regulation experience. We all learn to regulate our emotions from our caregivers based on how they regulate their emotions. We learn how to regulate our emotions from their instruction, and then we go about life regulating our emotions in that way. That's basically what it is. The best way and the way that we're designed to regulate emotions is in relationship to other people. So this is the main conundrum. If we're not willing to be in intimate relationships with other people, how then do we forego the best way to regulate our emotions and substitute something else? And that's where really we get into this problem. If you grew up in a household that is involved in a family system that uses substances, you will have learned substance use really, really early. Because the main way that we understand relationships and how they operate is not through a formal instruction, but by observing how relationships are demonstrated in the family systems that we grow up in. And at what point did you notice that? Did you have a caregiver, for instance, who was using pharmaceuticals so that you understood something about pharmaceuticals? Did you have a family system where social gatherings revolved around the use of alcohol? Did you grow up in a family system where it was heroin or weed or whatever it was? How did the family system regulate emotional intimacy? Was it actually something that even was demonstrated to you? I grew up in an Irish family, very traditional. And what I mean by that is that my mother inhabited the role of the wife, and my father inhabited the role of the husband. And we were, as children, restricted on what information about my mother we could give to my father, because she wanted to be in control of that, right? It wasn't permitted to be spontaneous, and she would punish you if you violated these strictures. We grew up in a presenting to the outside world a very manicured, very upwardly mobile, competitive family system, but what went on behind closed doors didn't match it at all. And we knew what we were supposed to be able to say outside and what we couldn't, and the punishment was severe. All right, so we've all had that training, right? What was it that was acceptable? Who did you have to be in your family in order for the family to have advantage of that? And again, how does that line up when the authentic desire to become who you are is in conflict with the task that you've been given in that sense? In the West, of course, we grow up with this very individualistic, centered culture. In other cultures, that It may be more family-centered, so it really also depends on what happened there. If you can't rely on somebody else, and this is really simple, can you tell somebody authentically what you are thinking and feeling so that they have a complete understanding of what your experience is? Or when you begin to do that, do you notice that the abandonment terror arises and suddenly you can't tell them? And so you tell them something else instead of what you're actually thinking and feeling. What have you just done when that happens? You've obligated them to be in a fantasy relationship with you. Do you get that? You give up authentic relating because you're too afraid to express yourself authentically, because if you do, you'll be abandoned. And so you set yourself up to be abandoned by pretending something else is happening, and then the person is relating to something, some fantasy of you. Do you get that? How do you know if somebody's going to stick around if you don't tell them the truth about you? You don't. And so what are you? Constantly in anxiety about whether or not they're going to leave you, right? Whereas if you just tell them the truth and they stick around, you have evidence. Is that making sense? So what we want to begin to do is track this process. I like to say, if you're not so far down the rabbit hole of inauthenticity that you don't know anymore what's authentic or not, which is easy. We can get so lost from ourselves that we don't know. But let's say you do. The authentic thing arises in the mind, it immediately spikes abandonment here, that if I actually say this to somebody, the relationship could be threatened. And then the inauthentic thing arises in the mind that you could say instead. If you push into that, it immediately relieves the abandonment anxiety. And the delusion of this is that we think we're preserving the relationship by doing that, when we're actually undermining the relationship by doing that. And then a little while later, we're angry at the person for not seeing us, even though we're the ones who told them that we were someone else, right? And then we react from that place of insecurity, that place of danger. Now, dismissing people tend to manufacture rejection out of everything. And preoccupied people tend to manufacture abandonment, fear out of everything. And disorganized people tend to manufacture threat or danger.
Can you just do that one more time?
Sure.
Okay.
Dismissing people are super sensitive to the perception of rejection, and they can turn almost anything into the experience of being rejected. Preoccupied people are afraid of being abandoned. And dismissing people idealize the situation and present to you this perfect picture. Preoccupied people pretend to be who you want them to be so that you'll want them, right? So they're constantly manufacturing these presentations so that you'll want them. And they get very frightened if they don't get the manufacture correctly, that you won't want them. And that they experience as abandonment threat. Disorganized people really see the world as a dangerous place where people are out to get them. And so they manufacture danger everywhere, right? So a little while later, you're angry that you're under threat, or you're angry that they're going to abandon you. You're angry that they're rejecting you, right? Then what we need to do is push into the authenticity and to express it, and let the abandonment terror just spike. And once it spikes, of course, all things are impermanent. It arises and passes, and then this wave of terrible sadness rolls through. Why would I be selling you this approach to dealing with this by telling you that you're going to be terrified and then unbelievably sad, right? Why am I doing that? Because if you do this work, that's what's going to happen. And I haven't told you to expect it. You're going to think, this isn't right, right? What were you saying? I'm doing this wrong. Actually, if you're terrified and then smacked with sadness, you're doing it right, right? The terrible sadness rolls through. What is the terrible sadness? This is the recognition that you could have been authentic, and for so much of your life you weren't. And you could have been seen and accepted and supported, and for so much of your life you withdrew, not that the world withdrew from you, right? That is a terrible sadness, and it rolls through. And then, of course, you're in the place where this person, I've told this person who I am, and they see me and they know me and they're still here. I can rely on them. That's where that comes from. But as long as you can't tell somebody who you are, and listen, give up on this idea that people are intuitive. Give up on this idea. We all flunked high school telepathy. People know what you tell them, and they assume that you're telling them the truth, that it's an authentic representation. And then when reality intrudes and they recognize that you've misled them, it shakes the whole relationship, because the relationship itself is based on fantasy, not on an actual relationship. Role-based relationships, of course, are I inhabit this role and you inhabit this role. But the intimate details are left out. And trauma-bonded roles, which is the world, the relationships, which is the world of disorganized people, means that your ability to perceive the person accurately comes and goes from your tendency to project onto them the representations of their earlier care, right? I know in kind of a strange drift from Western psychological theory, we often say colloquially that they became my mother, they became my father, but actually that isn't really what happens. What really happens is that you've identified the care that you're receiving as that memory thread of care, right? It goes all the way back. Because if you don't mentalize fast enough that you can track the meaning that you've made and the outcome that you expect, you just think that that's what will happen. And then you respond in the present moment as if that's the outcome. It's a kind of defensive response, right? Are you following me on that one? If you think that you're going to be rejected, then you can easily interpret somebody's behavior as rejecting and then punish them for rejecting you, even though that wasn't what they meant. Have you ever discovered that you've misunderstood a situation and acted as if it were one way, and then it turns out to be something entirely different? The Buddha has a good story about that. Do you know the one where the farmer goes into the shed at dusk and leaps back and then chops up a snake that's coiled, ready to strike with his machete, and then lights a candle, and it's a rope that he's chopped up because the mind has made it into something. In order to shift your perspective from this is what's happening, I know this is what's happening because I'm sensing this is what's happening, to this is what I think is going on, what do you think is going on? You need to develop mentalizing. So in the meditation and addiction structure, we have 4 modules. The first module is craving and urging. The second module is stress, anger, and depression. And the third module is persistent negative emotions. And that's all about mentalizing and emotional regulation. Craving and urging. So if you use substances or process addictions and you withdraw from using them, you're going to have to replace those emotional regulation strategies with something else that's emotionally regulating, or the mind will carry you back to that. Something happens in the present moment, or using Dan Siegel's model of the window of tolerance, the emotional reaction to it exceeds the intensity that you can just be with. It creates an emotional event that needs to be regulated, and then the mind will think of how to regulate it. And if you're used to regulating it with using, the thought of using will arise in the mind. It takes a long time to train the mind out of that. So that's the response to the present moment. What happens next, of course, is that you begin to think about using. So the initial thought of using is craving, and the planning to use is called urging in this, right? It's very difficult to uproot and end craving. It just rises spontaneously. But you can monitor whether you indulge in the thought process of using. Is that making sense? Why would you care, let's say? Something happens, I immediately think, I'll go to Vegas, I'll gamble, I'll write bad checks, I'll see prostitutes, I'll shoot heroin, I'll drink. What's the problem with imagining this great weekend in Vegas? It feels good, yeah, and it's regulating in the moment. It really is regulating, and it's a fantasy. I mean, I hate Vegas. It's depressing. What's the problem? The problem is that there's an underlying stressor that just caused the reaction to the present moment to exceed the window of tolerance. And if you allow yourself to get lost in the fantasy of using, you're not attending to the thing that's causing the stress, and it's likely to increase in intensity, which means you're going to have to rev up the fantasy, right? And at a certain point, do you know the correlation between stress and your cognitive mind? At a certain point, the stressor could get so high that you lose your cognitive functioning, and then you don't know that it's a fantasy plan. It becomes an actual plan of action, and then you lapse. Familiar with that? I didn't want to use, and I'm using.
You lapse?
Lapse, as opposed to relapse. What's the difference between a lapse and a relapse? A lapse is a single moment of using, and a relapse is where you've returned to the level of use that you were at before the last time you tried to stop. That making sense? So lapses can sometimes be instructive, right? You lapse. What happens with a lapse? Well, most of us who are trying to stay clean, if we lapse, it's catastrophic, right? It's another whole bunch of really difficult emotion that arises, which has to be regulated. And if it exceeds the window of tolerance, then all of a sudden we're in craving again, right? And if we allow the mind to think the fantasy of using, and we don't stop it in times, and we lapse again, we've begun the cascade into relapse. Is that making sense? We call that the abstinence violation effect. That the single lapse, even though it's not catastrophic, causes an emotional reaction to it, whatever it is, shame, maybe, guilt, maybe. Maybe you've made agreements with people in your life that they're at the end of their rope with your using, and it's putting you in danger with all of that stuff. All of that is difficult emotion that needs to be regulated. If it exceeds the window of tolerance and you start craving again, and the stressor offsets your cognitive mind, you're going to find yourself using again. Then what happens? The using works, it regulates you, and then your cognitive mind turns back on and you're, oh my God, I've used again. How did that happen? I really didn't want that to happen. And did you know that feeling? I really did not want that to happen. And there you are. So what we need to do, and that meditation exercise we did was really about monitoring the thoughts so that you recognize when you're in craving and you recognize when you're in urging, and then you suppress urging. Now, remember that this is a meditative context, and so we're talking about the suppression that is appropriate for meditation, not the suppression that is appropriate and talked about in Western psychology, right? the Buddha talked about 5 levels of suppression. The first is just straight up thought replacement. You notice you're thinking about using and you stop it and you replace it with another thought, right? In the middle, it's you recognize the mind is yelling, use, 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 and you're yelling back, I'm not going to use, I'm not going to use. And then at the top level, it's suppress the afflictive thought by any means necessary, right? Annihilate it. All of those things are what we need to do with that. That's craving and urging. Stress, anger, and depression, the second module, and we say anger, but it could be whatever the motion is that your family system taught you how to do. This is, go ahead.
Just a quick question about the suppression. You said the Buddha talks about
5 levels of suppression.
Where is that in the canon, or what are those in Pali, just so I can reference?
I can't tell you.
Okay.
I could find it, but I can't tell you off the top of my head. It's not in the Satipatthana, but I think if you do a Google annihilate an afflictive thought, it should come up.
Yeah, I was just trying to find the word because I've never heard the word suppression connected, but thank you. Yeah.
The thought replacement is another possible thing. I apologize, but I do not have a mind that tracks citations with any accuracy. And rather than imitate AI and make it up, I just will tell you I don't know something. Stress, anger, and depression. So sad, right? Stress. What is stress? Stress is everything. Everything is stress. There's no, anytime that the body mind perceives something, it's a kind of stress. What is anger? Anger is an emotion that you generate to regulate your internal states. So like I said, whatever emotional strategy your family instructed you in is the one that you're going to use. Anger is a pretty popular one in avoidant communities, right? It's dominating, it's controlling, it's bullying. Something happens, it exceeds the window of tolerance, then there's an emotional event that needs to be regulated, and most adults will regulate that emotional event by thinking. And then you'll notice that you're in a narrative. This is the repetitive thought that I had you monitor in that meditation. What are the narratives or thoughts that you use to regulate your experience? That's the question. Can you use the microphone, please?
It'll just be a second. Vitaka Santana Sutta, which is Majjhima Nikaya 20.
Okay.
So I have to cover 2 points.
So, just in case you were afraid I was making it up. I don't know if you've figured this out yet, but I'm profoundly dyslexic. I love being dyslexic now, having been tortured in the public school system about not being dyslexic and not being able to do much about it. But dyslexic people, from the brain scan point of view, there's neuronal tubes that connect the 5 layers of the prefrontal cortex, and then they're connected by neurons. And dyslexic people, the spacing between the tubes is really wide, so the threads are really long. And because the threads are so long, they have a tendency to connect to a lot of different things that aren't obviously apparent to people whose neuronal tubes are closer together. And at the other end is the autistic brain, where the tubes are very close together, so they don't really connect widely. It's one of the reasons why their thinking is so structured, right? whereas the dyslexic mind is just freely associating away. If you have trouble because I've jumped too far in my connection, just ask me and I'll connect it for you. Stress, anger, and depression. You use a thought to regulate the experience of the present moment. If you have difficult experiences to regulate in childhood, you're likely to have developed these stories that produce very strong emotional states. Emotional states are caused by the dumping of neurochemicals into the system. You can think yourself into such a state of emotional distress that the saturation of those chemicals is too rich and you're in danger of damaging the neuroreceptors, and then the limbic system shuts off and you go into depression so that the liver and kidneys have time to filter out the neurochemicals. So the problem with a lot of the emotional regulation strategies that we use, these thought-based strategies that we use, tends to put us into depression. So we call this atypical cycling depression in the West. And it could be, these 2-hour cycles of in and out of depression, in and out of depression. This is one of the points of lapsing or relapsing, because either we're coming out of the depression and there's a sort of lightness to it, or we recognize that we're heading into the depression and we want to curtail it, right? So that's one of the reasons. These conduits that I'm talking about are from Allan Marlatt's research at the University of Washington, and he had a six module model of that. We are using a 4-module model of this because we've substituted attachment concerns for his understanding of the causes of addiction. Is that making sense? So in stress, anger, and depression, we're tracking the repetitive thoughts that you use to monitor them. We're suppressing the afflictive thoughts, and we're replacing them with beneficial thoughts. You cannot stop. You can only stop and replace. That making sense? You cannot just stop using because you'll be so dysregulated that you can't function, and then you'll likely lapse again. You have to stop using and replace the emotional regulation that the using provides you with something else that's emotionally regulating. You can't do it. And it's completely unreasonable. We should dig up Nancy Reagan and explain to her how preposterous just say no is, right? Although I think she was fully aware of it at the time. Is that making sense? You can't stop. You have to stop and replace. So understanding that using substances or process addictions is an emotional regulation strategy, and you need to develop alternative emotional regulation strategies. So we like 2 things for this. One is any of the heart practices. Really go into metta practice or loving kindness practice or compassion or sympathetic joy or equanimity practice. We use an integrated metta vipassana practice where we develop the loving kindness part first and then go into the vipassana practice. Have you ever had the situation of going into insight practice and it just being too hard, too difficult, too painful? And then how do you react to that? Most of us simply stop meditating as a result of that. So we go in, we have a couple of months of good practice, and then we hit a territory where we can't bear it, and we pull out of the meditation in order to settle that down. And what I would like you to do instead is consider this movement from heart practices into insight practices, that if the insight practice heats up too much, move back into the heart practices, but don't stop practicing, right? And develop first the heart practices so that you can hold yourself in a kind way. And here it is, almost all of the time. Right? If you were to think about the way that you regard yourself, how much of the time Are you rooting for yourself? Are you thinking you're wonderful? We would say delighted. How often of the time are you genuinely delighting in who you are? And it needs to be almost all of the time, right? I would say all of the time, but what's perfection? How do you get there? And it even doesn't take that long. This is the shocking thing. That disregard for yourself is no more substantial than anything else. And once you discover that, you're going to have a wave of terrible sadness roll through. For yourself, center the metta practice, all of the heart practices on yourself, and just keep them on yourself until what you discover is that you regard yourself positively. Right? All right. So that's part of the stress, anger, and depression. The other one is noting feeling states technique. We need to find a robust alternative to regulate our emotions so that we can begin to abandon the regulating thought processes that addiction, substance and processes addictions used to provide for us, right? And so noting feeling states technique is a technique where you track emotions in the body. Here's the thing. Avoidant, attached people suppress awareness of their emotions, and so they don't have an embodied experience of emotion a lot of the time. Some people who are strongly dismissing have a cognitive sense of what they're feeling, but they don't have an embodied sense of it. And the people that are really cut off don't have either. They don't have any sense of all what they're feeling. So in the beginning, it's an opening to the experience of what emotion feels like in the body to begin to identify what the emotions are. I just want to, I don't want to sound too negative, but I do want you to be prepared. What happens if you don't know what your emotions are? How do you figure that out, right? So sometimes you can recognize similar experiences in media, and sometimes you can recognize it in other people, but often we're in the situation where we need somebody to empathetically connect to us and tell us what we're feeling. This is an extremely vulnerable place to be in, so you have to choose carefully who it is that you ask to do that for you, somebody who's really on your team, so that you can begin to first identify what the emotional sensations are, and then to begin to tune into which particular pattern of emotion it is. We use a diagram called the Finnish Emotional Study, which has 40 representations of different emotions and the pattern of sensation that appear in the body as a way to begin priming this. But most of the time, it's going to be through other people reflecting back to you what you're feeling, which is actually what was supposed to be happening when you were an infant. Remember, there you are. Your caregiver tunes into you, they recognize what's happening, they empathetically connect to you, and then they feed back to you what it is that's happening to you. And then you begin to associate their facial expressions of emotion. Oh, you seem sad. Oh, you seem happy, with the sensation in the body. And then as language develops, it's an astonishing number of words that you learn. You go from 0 at birth to 30, 50,000 words at 2 years old that you can track. It's an astonishing thing that happens, that you can pick up on. This is sad. This is what sad feels like. This is happy. This is what happy feels like. Did you know that there are 220 words in the English language that describe discrete emotional states? Not if you grew up in my family. How many did your family? I counted it. I thought we had like 15 emotions. That was our the full range of expression that we had. And 220 is a low number. I mean, the Japanese have a word called kobaribi, which means the effect of sunlight dappling through leaves, right? We like to go and walk in the forest, and then we have the experience of the light dabbling through the leaves, and it creates a sensation. They actually have a word for it, which means they're slightly more attuned to these kinds of things than we are. We native English speakers. I have no facility for language really, so I have English. That's what I have. Is that making sense? Mm-hmm. The third, the third module in our system is called persistent negative emotions. And you see if you understand and are aware of this experience. In craving and urging, something happens, we have an emotional event that exceeds the window of tolerance, and then the mind turns on a story in stress, anger, and depression to regulate the experience of the emotion of the present moment. It is possible to ramp up that story telling so much that it creates such an intense emotional experience that it overwhelms the body mind. And there's a safety valve built in which will dissociate it and store it in the body for later processing. So in the Zen poetry, it is the pool of poison and pain. And in Western psychology, it's called somaticized emotion. Have you heard of it? So somaticized emotion are these emotional centers that are in the body. They're energy, usually you feel them, a kind of cramping or a contractive energy. And so you have the energy aspect of it and then the release of emotion from it. If you can't keep good clarity between the reaction, the emotional reaction to the present moment, the emotion that's generated by thinking, and the somaticized emotional experience, they can conflate, and then you can react to the present moment in that accumulated intensity, right? So let's say you react with 3 points of fear into the experience of the present moment. And then you come from a family that catastrophizes. So you're thinking fearful thoughts in reaction to try to regulate the initial fearful reaction. But you've been thinking yourself into such catastrophes that over the course of your lifetime, you've stuffed all this emotion into the body, and then it begins to resonate. And all of a sudden, you're reacting as if the present moment were worthy of 9 points of fear. That ever happened? And everybody else is going, this is a 2 or a 3. What's going on with you? You're overreacting. Has anybody ever accused you of overreacting to a situation, right? That's what's actually happening. All of these aspects of emotion are conflating. You're having the experience that this moment, the way that you've created it, is worth that intensity. And then your actions are derived from that intensity. When actually, if you could create a spaciousness between them and see that, oh, this is the present moment, 2 or 3, but I'm using a thought process, and my body, which is holding all of this past emotion, is reacting. And you have spaciousness between them, then your action in the present moment can be at a level 3, and people won't think that you're overreacting. What happens to you when people think that you're overreacting? You become unreliable. And if you become unreliable, they don't count on you. And they don't involve you at that level of intimacy where they can rely on you. And you exclude yourself from intimate, collaborative relationships by doing that. That making sense? Then you're extra, you're outside, right? Is that making sense? So we need to pay attention to that. So that's the mentalizing and emotional regulation piece, the first 3 of the module. Craving and urging, stress, anger, and depression, and persistent negative emotions. the fourth module is called Difficult Interpersonal Relationships. And this is the center of it all, right? And when I first started teaching, I was teaching mostly Shinzen stuff. Anybody sit with Shinzen ever? But nobody wanted to learn Shinzen stuff from me. They wanted to learn it from Shinzen. And fair enough. But somebody came up to me, one of my students came up to me and said, you know, George, you used to be the angriest person I've ever met, and you're not angry anymore. And that actually is of interest to me. I would like to be able to give up on my anger. And so I started to teach a course called Overcoming Anger. And then a student came up to me and said, you know, anger isn't really my thing. Fear is my thing. Can you teach a course on fear? So I started to teach a course in addition to the anger course, Overcoming Fear. And then somebody came up to me and said, you know, anger and fear aren't my issues. Sadness is my issue. Could you teach a course on sadness? And so I started to teach a course on sadness. And then a student came up to me and said, you know, anger, fear, and sadness aren't my issues. Shame is my issues. Could you teach a course on shame? And I thought, I'll just teach a course on overcoming difficult emotions. So I started teaching a course called Overcoming Difficult Emotions. And then somebody came up to me and said, you know, it's not the difficult emotions that are the problem. It's the relationships that cause the difficult emotions that are the problem. And then I understood that actually what we were grasping at here is we can't make relationships work. Do you ever have the experience of looking around and seeing the most unlikely people in a functioning relationship and think, what the hell happened there? How can they do it? And I can't do it, right? About that time, I got, a friend of mine gave me a bootleg copy of Alan Shore's lecture on disorganized attachment. I'd never heard it before, so this is like 1998. And I listened to it, and in 10 minutes, he described the entire pattern of my life. So I started out as complexly disorganized, right? Lots of beginnings, some of them really good, and a few middles, but almost no finishes. It was next to impossible to finish anything that required people because the relationships had all come apart before we got to the end. And so I thought, I will find a therapist and they'll help me with my attachment stuff, except there wasn't anything like that 25 years ago. So, but I had begun developing meditation strategies to work with it. And so these 4 modules that I'm teaching you are the ones that I developed 20 years ago in my own personal practice that I then began to teach other people to do around the emotional regulation and mentalizing of attachment conditioning so that you don't overreact, and in that moment of overreaction do something that damages the relationships that are not repairable. Did you ever find yourself regretting an action that you took in a relationship that caused harm that was not able to be repaired? This is
my ex-boyfriend just did that.
Did he?
Yeah. Hold up.
We really need, the people online are very frustrated when they can't hear.
Yeah. So if she said that her ex-boyfriend just did that, and so caused harm that is not going to be so easily, if possible, to repair. And that happens. We call it epistemic trust, just so that understand. In epistemic trust, you believe the person is telling you the truth, the whole truth, and has evidence for it, and that it's meant to be helpful to you. And once they violate epistemic trust, you don't believe them anymore. And you also don't believe that it's meant to be in your interest. This is something that you may have encountered in your own development. We don't really have the cognitive capacity to examine epistemic trust before puberty. You know, in what happens in puberty. There's a dramatic shift in the brain, right? As children, the reason that we could learn 50,000 words in a few years is because the brain is just this whole warren of axons that aren't connected to anything. And so we can just grab information at a stunning pace. But in puberty, because that slows the cognitive function down, we prune back all of the unconnected axons to the barest framework of connected axons, which means we can suddenly think and evaluate. Do you remember that shift in your ability to think? It's slow. It starts in puberty, which is what? Before hormones in chicken, 12. Now it's about 9. Anyway, and it finishes in the mid-20s. It's a long maturation. But we're able to recognize it for the first time in adolescence, whether or not the epistemic trust that was offered to us by our caregivers was, the care was called, that was offered was in their interest at our expense, or was in our interest and benefit. And if we decide that it was in their interest at our expense, the epistemic trust breaks and we stop believing people. This is, if you have an addiction pattern that really blew up in your teen years, this is the explosion of epistemic trust. You don't believe the adults. You don't turn to them for help navigating the transition. Who do you turn to? Other people whose epistemic trust is blown. And how bad is the advice that you got? I mean, really, for the most part, pretty bad, right? Is that making sense? And that, of course, fuels this sense that I can't rely on anybody. Can't rely on anybody. Can't really tell anybody what's happening. And I'm going to need to figure out how to go alone. The 20s are an interesting time for this because you're exploring relationships. You're exploring the direction that you want your life to go in. You are, in some sense, actually trying to determine the direction that you're going to go in your life. And one of the reasons that secure people do so much better than insecure and disorganized people is because they rely on adults to help guide them. And one of the reasons why disorganized people do so much less well is because they don't, right? They rely on their disenfranchised peer group for understanding of where to go and what to do and not. And because the cognitive mind is not fully developed, it is, you can get down some windy roads that way. Is that making sense? In the fourth module, which is difficult interpersonal relationships, what we begin to do is explore relational patterns and to begin to understand secure functioning relationships and insecure functioning relationships and what those pathways are, and then to begin to understand how disorganized relationships are different from those, so that you can begin to recognize the relational patterns that you're using and then examine, really think of it as a skill set, right? It is my conviction that there isn't a deficit in ability in people who end up in addiction. There's a deficit in skills training, and that can be, you can take on learning the skills that you need, and once you have them, then you're able to function in a whole different way than you were able to function before.
Would you also say there's a deficit in resources or a difference in resources? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Would you also say there's a difference in resources?
What does that mean?
Meaning, you could say it's a skill to ask for help, right? But if there's nobody to ask for help, or if they're not reliable,
right,
then it's hard to learn that skill.
Okay. The researcher that we like when we talk about this is a guy named Robin Dunbar. Maybe you've heard of Dunbar numbers. He has a book called How Many People Do You Actually Need to Know, or How Many Friends Do You Actually Need to Have? It's an astonishingly small number. In his research, if you have a primary relationship, that's somebody that you see and take care of on a daily or every other day basis, how many of those do you want? Close friends, people that you see at least weekly or every other week that you take care of, these are in person. And both of those are above the line, which means you tell them everything. That is to say, you give them an accurate representation of your experience, an authentically true and complete representation of your experience. Not that you pull the scroll out of every heinous act that you have ever committed and get them to initial by each one. Not that. You may never tell them that, but that you're willing to give them a complete, authentic representation of the experience of the present moment that you're having. How many of those do you need? In his research, it was 2 to 5. So 6 people is who you need to be with. Everything is impermanent. Where have you heard that? Everything is impermanent, which means relationships come and go, which means you have to have people on deck that you can move into the positions of intimacy so that you're not without resources. How many is that? So the C group in the original study was 30 to 40 people. For people who are working age, who are engaged in the world in that sense, 30 to 40 people. In the newer research, he's talking about close Cs versus regular Cs. Close Cs are equivalent to Bs, but you don't have the time, resources, and attention to take care of them regularly enough, so they're a little bit below that. And then D relationships is about 150. E relationships are the 5,000 friends you have on Facebook.
What's this person's name?
What?
The name of the researcher?
Robin Dunbar. Now, he added the E relationships because, well, it's 1,500. Apparently, the brain recognizes 3D faces and 2D faces differently. And the capacity to recognize 3D faces is extremely limited to about, say, 150, whereas the capacity to recognize 2D faces is much higher, so about 1,500, with significant information about each of those faces, right? So if you see a picture of Brad Pitt on a magazine, the mind says, oh, there's Brad Pitt, right? 2D face. If he walked by you, you might not be able to recognize him, right? And then 5,000 is the max for 2D faces, but it's whether you've seen the face or not, that's where the accuracy is without any detail really about it. Is that making sense? 5 or 6 people that you see and in person and take care of on a weekly basis. Do you have time for that? Do you know what I mean? That's a lot of work, no? Isn't it? How many would you rather have, right? Are you somebody who likes to have a primary relationship? Do you want to be in a relationship with somebody that you see with? Do you want to live with somebody? That's a choice. That tends to sort of slot toward the monoamory side of things rather than the polyamory side of things, right? If you're in more toward the polyamory thing, maybe you don't need to have a primary relationship. You can do with your collection of other kinds of relationships. The main difference between an A relationship and a B relationship is that you take your primary exploration needs and put them in second position to the needs of the relationship. This is a huge thing, right? Whereas in a B relationship, your primary exploration is primary and the needs of the relationship are secondary to that. What does that mean? let's say all your life you've been working for this opportunity and it comes, and you're living in San Francisco with your partner, but the opportunity is in Montreal.
Oh.
That is not an A, that is a B. What you would say is, listen, I'm so excited to have this opportunity. I need to talk to my partner and see whether or not we can work it out to make it possible for us to go, and I will get back to you. Can you do that? Or are you not willing to make that commitment? And then it's, great, when do I show? And then you call, I'm leaving. Let's have a going away party. Is that making sense?
The reason I asked the question about the resources is because Gabor Mate wrote a book with his family's child psychologist, Gordon Neufeld, called Hold On to Your Kids. And it's about the decline of adult-oriented childhood and the rise of the peer-oriented childhood, what you were describing about sort of being guided by people who aren't fully mature themselves. Right. And that's a social phenomenon that results from adults being less available to children and less resourced themselves in order to be available in the way that's going to be supportive for children. So yeah, it would be great if there was someone teaching these kids skills for how to find reliable attachment figures when their own attachment figures aren't available, but that's not, to me, that seems like a situation where we're failing the kids if we're expecting them to learn skills to make up for the fact that our culture is not providing them with adequate resources.
I would say that secure households do provide the kids with that, because that's the structure of secure functioning households.
For sure, yeah.
But insecure and disorganized families don't do that, because that isn't the structure of the system. You know, resourced families tend to provide better for their kids than family systems that are not resourced. So you're looking at the distribution of security in the upper 10, let's say 10% of the population is twice what it is in the middle, and it's hardly at all in the lower part, right? Here's a statistic for you. In Los Angeles, in elementary and middle school, we spend $6,800 a year to educate our children. A minimum security prison, we spend $55,000 a year on an inmate. I think we should reverse it. Right? So this is a societal decision. We're all involved in this. We do not provide for children in our culture. We don't value children in our culture. They're a commodity. And that would be something that we should pay attention to, right? And to try and do something about. This country has been systematically gutting public education for 50 years, and we're in a terrible state. In this state, the public education system is 47th in the country. We used to be number one. When taxes for the public school system in California were the number one in the country, our school system was the number one school system. Now that our taxes for the public school system are 45th, our school system is 47th, right? It's not unknowable, right? What's happening? So yeah, I totally agree that we should be, what? Is there a No Kings demonstration tomorrow? Can we all go to that? You know, Can we love children? I don't know. It's a hard question.
Hello. Thank you for everything you've said so far. I wanted to say that perhaps like there is a misfunding for education, but I wanted to point out that there's probably a misfunding or lack of funding for prison system. So like I don't think you should just like switch how much you spend for each, but like spend more in each category. And also something that I wanted to say is that I guess I feel a bit afraid that some of the arguments might lead to, or like I wanted to know how you like interpret this, because if communities of color, for example, have mostly been like stormed by like different like types of trauma, then there's more likelihood that these communities will like perpetuate this type of dynamics where like they have experienced insecurity. So I wonder if like this approach brings some sort of like bias towards these communities like create an association between these communities and like lack of secure attachment. And also something else that I wanted to say, I forgot. Wait, but it's gonna come in 1 second. No,
Well, if you stack up a bunch of questions,
yeah, maybe
I'll
can
forget
you,
them too.
can you?
I don't think that I think that we can provide resources for families, and we can provide resources for children, that we can intervene. So there's a study that shows that an intervention in a family system, instructing the caregivers to relate to the children in a way that would cause security, actually can be accomplished in 12 in-home visits from somebody who observes the family and recommends behavioral changes, which is, nothing compared to the 55,000 a year we spend incarcerating people, right? So that it isn't a matter of solutions. It just simply is not. And it's not a matter of money. It is a matter of the priorities that we have. The prison business makes a fortune. They have an amazing lobby that perpetuates that system. 55,000 a year is cheap in New York State. It's 145,000 a year. What's the average sentence in California? 9 years. That's $450,000 that we spend incarcerating somebody. Do we need to do that? Can we provide for children so that then they develop to be actually, productive members of society which don't need to be incarcerated? All of that stuff, we can do that. It isn't a question of resources in that sense. It's a question of who's making the money, really, is what it is. That's what I think. So it's such a bleak observation, right?
I have another thought.
Yes, good.
Yeah.
Something happy.
I mean, it's not that happy, but yeah, I think like when you talked about epistemic trust, like I just wonder how you think about this like paradoxical aspect, where like I think a lot of institutions have broken epistemic trust with communities.
Right.
Yet
No question.
we seek to like rebuild like this type of healing through these institutions, let it be the state or let it be, well, mostly the state, right? Like institutions related to the state. At a high level, like not on an individual level. I guess like that's my question. How do these dynamics that you're talking about apply, like at a systemic level, given that, for example, like people might just be re-experiencing, like.
So let's stop talking about addiction and let's start talking about Marxism.
I mean, I think there's like deep connections between. Yeah.
Totally happy to do that. although we should have some consensus. The situation that we're in now is, in some sense, the arc of the last 50 years or so. I'm old enough to have watched it, and also to have experienced a society was much fairer than what we have now, where the distribution of income was much fairer. For instance, when I was growing up, the top tax rate was 94%. Shall we have that back, right? Or maybe something higher, like 100. Yes, and we'll see what's going to happen, because this isn't going to hold, right? It's just not. But it's not the topic. So I want to go back.
Okay, that's fair.
So.
Going way back, a few times you've talked about how the polar opposite of addiction is connection or social integration, maybe.
Yeah.
You didn't use that phrase, but one thing that I get stuck on with that is like Thoreau at Walden Pond, or the archetypical monk living in a hut doing their sadhana, or like a writer disappearing to a cabin in the woods to write their novel, but they're living a wholesome life. They're just doing their thing and having a cup of tea, and there's no addiction. But they're not integrated.
For instance, wandered into the village and had dinner in a pub every night. He wasn't socially isolated, right? We used to go to Myanmar every year before the coup, and the avoidant model of all of us who come into meditation is, I'm going to learn to meditate and then I won't need anyone ever again, right? That's the idea. And it's always the metaphor of the cave monk. So when we were in Myanmar traveling around, I said, listen, let's go see a cave monk. And so we drove for hours into the middle of nowhere and arrived at the cave monk monastery, which was 110 monks. 3 monks lived in the cave, and the 110 monks lived outside the cave, and there was a constant social dialogue. So that I think that some of these things are in these mythic metaphor ideas of how we might possibly live alone. The writer, I mean, I know a lot of writers. And I know the writers. So since I have an old friend of mine who was my mentor when I was in my 20s, who retires every summer to rural Ireland to write, and which he does. But he brings his partner with him, and they live in a community. So even though most of the days are spent in isolation writing, the evenings are not. So
you're saying some of these archetypes are kind of perhaps a fantasy of someone who wants to not rely on people, but that if you actually examine the lifestyle, there's often emotional intimacy with other people present if the person's truly living addictive free. Is that what you're saying?
You're understanding me.
Great. That all makes sense. Thanks.
Good. Here's what I want to ask you. What does the interior of a cave look like that has a cave monk living in it? So it was tickled me pink that we were there. So we went in, and it was like an ordinary bedroom in this cave. And it was a 3-bedroom apartment in a cave. There were 3 bedrooms. And then there was the TV room kitchen in the cave.
Going back to authentic expression, something in my head that is you said let the authentic expression arise, and I've heard this discussion. Shouldn't be that after earning security, because it feels like otherwise your conditioned response will be disorganized expression of the present, it will come through that disorganization. And the person who's expressing it might label it as an authentic expression of the present moment, but it's actually coming through the not so secure.
No, I don't. You will make an expression about something that is authentic in this moment and in 3 weeks from now, because everything is different. It may no longer hold as an authentic representation of the 3-week moment, 3 weeks from now moment, right? But that doesn't diminish the authenticity of the moment. Everything is always changing. Every little piece of experience changes the way that you create reality. It's in a constant flux. There's no thing that is that, right? It's just really what's arising in the moment, right?
So let's say if you're in a room, a group of people, and there's one person who's narcissist or there's somebody who's disorganized, his authentic expression will be
disorganized.
Right. And that's fine for him to express. That's what you're saying.
The authentic thing arises in the mind, and that's the thing to express. If the authentic thing arises in the mind and you're afraid that if you say that, you'll be abandoned, the spike of abandonment arises. And then the inauthentic thing you could say instead arises. If you say the thing that's inauthentic, it immediately relieves the abandonment here. The delusion is that that's preserving the relationship. It's undermining the relationship, but you have a sense that you're safe because you haven't expressed what you really think. You've just obligated the person you're in relationship to be in relationship to a fantasy. And then a little while later, you're angry because you're in a state of deprivation. You haven't been seen. You haven't been understood. You don't feel safe because if they find out that you've just misrepresented who you are, you're going to be abandoned. That's the whole process of that. But if the abandonment here exceeds your capacity for authenticity, you're going to be inauthentic. And this is the thing that we want you to begin to pay attention to. Oh no, I've just done it again. I've misrepresented myself because I'm so afraid that if I tell the truth, I'll be abandoned. And then you want to correct it as fast as you can, right? Now, this does not mean you have license to be an asshole. Nobody said that. You have the license to be an asshole because that's what's authentic, right? That's not it. Always through the filter of right speech, right? Is it true? Is it kind? Is it helpful? Is it timely? But what is it? What is it that is you in the moment that you're expressing it so that they see you, that you have the possibility of being seen, right? That's it. That's where the security comes from. Secure people are effortlessly authentic because they don't think it's going to risk the relationship. And insecure people think that if they don't match well what's expected of them, the relationship is under threat. And this really comes from that very early experience. Did the caregiver reflect with delight you back to you so that you felt free to be you? Or did they reflect back to their preferences for you so that you understood that you have to manifest their preferences? And that's a high level of mentalizing, right? To understand that the reason I'm in conflict about saying this is I'm afraid I'm going to be abandoned because I couldn't have expressed this and be accepted. But most of the time it's just I'm having this terrible feeling which is contradicting the possibility of this relationship surviving. Making sense. And so I'm going to have to lie. I mean, we don't think of it necessarily as dismissing. People do not think that they're lying. They think they're presenting to you the thing that you want from them, right? If you meet a skillful dismissing person, they will elicit from you what it is you want to hear, and then they'll polish it up and they'll present it back to you, and you will be intoxicated by it. We call it love bombing. Ever been love bombed? It is intoxicating. It's not real. I'll give you the moon. I'll give you the stars. I'll give you the sun. And Tuesday morning, you're waiting for the delivery guy and nothing comes. That makes sense. Preoccupied people just want to be who you want them to be. Who do you want? Have you ever had somebody say to you, tell me who you want me to be, I'll be that, right? That urgency, that need for closeness. Just tell me who you want me to be. I mean, how heartbreaking is that? And then disorganized people, it's the Harry Potter series, there was an invisibility cloak. Disorganized people are behind the invisibility cloak, just steeped in anger that you can't see them. They're invisible, and they've made themselves invisible, and they're so mad that you don't see them. It's hilarious.
Sure. One last thing I want to say is that I realized that there is this connection that I had to break between expression and identity.
Right.
That's the easier way for me to be like, oh, because I would express something and I realized it would just come out and it's already too late. It's already expressed.
Right.
But then I don't have to relate it back to my identity. It's just an impermanent expression.
Right.
And not take my sense of identity as close, like the expression is me, like it's not. It's just a...
So, let's add a little bit of nuance. Spontaneous expression. Remember the mentalizing diagram. Spontaneous expression, you understand where it came from, and then you pay attention to whether or not it's understood in the way that you meant it, right? If you feel really safe with somebody, what you'll notice is that you become completely free and spontaneous, right? And so in some sense, you're hearing what you're saying at the same time the person that you're saying it to is hearing it, right? Because there's a delay in consciousness. Can you feel so free with somebody that you don't have to preview what you're saying at all? You can just be spontaneous in the moment. That would be total freedom, right? And then they also can. But you are not relieved of your obligation to monitor that they have understood you. So you understand what the expression is, you understand how to relate it to someone else, you track whether they understand what you've said, and then you modify your understanding of the communication that's just happened. That's the level of mentalizing, not simply that you are unconsciously iterating an expression.
Past 20 minutes has been definitely life-changing, what you've been talking about. And I agree with isolation, what you said about isolation. But I was wondering if I could talk about anger. You mentioned anger. I think I was raised to keep my mouth shut and keep the anger in. And I thought that is contributing to my addiction. I was pushing down all the hurt with food. So I started speaking up, and that's not helping either. So it's making me even more angry. And so I am really happy what you said about being kind with my words. I need to work on that. But I was wondering if you have any thoughts about the anger and hurt that's inside that is kind of contributing to wanting to numb myself with whatever addiction I have, which for me it's been food. So I think I'm just trying to numb that hurt and anger in a lot of ways.
Food is one of the areas, so we would be engaged in an understanding whether it's a preoccupation or not. The combination in the attachment around food is involving by the caregiver, so you have to be engaged in the mindset and managing them. But when you were a child, whenever you offered your own attachment needs to the caregiver, they were rejecting. So it's an interesting combination of involving and rejecting that tends to lead to that. The anticipation of rejection can often be the source of anger, that you're anticipating your needs being rejected, and that makes you mad. And so then when you ask for your needs to be met, it's often in a demanding, angry way, which actually people can't relate to very easily. But also, the misunderstanding then comes from their rejection and your perception that they misunderstood you in the process of trying to get your needs met. Am I describing this in a way that makes sense to you?
I think maybe part of it is also protection. I don't want to get hurt, so I have built this wall.
Right.
Physically, mentally, and then I'm wondering what's wrong with anger, anyways. But it's eating me.
Oh.
It's hurting me, so I don't.
I think the expression of anger, so the way that we typically work with the expression of anger in this process is in ideal parent figure visualization practice, which is where you are free to express the anger in its full intensity. And the ideal parent figures hold the container of your expression of the anger, and they don't withdraw from you. And then when they're interested in what the actual need is, and then they actually meet the need, so that the expression of anger is contained in that way. Anger is most often a mask for an underlying feeling state. And so what is the underlying feeling state? The sense of being hurt then is going to come from being misperceived, or from your needs not being valued. Then we would go into the source of what's hurt, the perception of being misunderstood or unseen. So there's some examination that would need to happen. And then it's almost impossible for people to receive anger and respond to the request that's accompanying the anger. They just defend against the anger. And so the asking has to come from the place. If you ask somebody to do something for you with the expectation that you'll do it and it's not a big deal, that energy is the most successful in terms of getting people to take care of you. In intimate relationships, you agree, in secure functioning intimate relationships, you agree to take care of somebody in the way that they need, and they agree to take care of you in the way that you need, and you collaborate with each other on what that is, right? You need to feel that I'm caring for you in a certain way. If I do this for you or that for you, does that produce in you the feeling that you are cared for? And then I need to feel this from you, and how can you express that to me so that I feel taken care of? Of course, when you do that with each other and you're reliable in providing care, the main thing you get out of it is a very well cared for caregiver, right? And when you don't do that, what you get is a not very well put together caregiver who can barely do it, right? So it's a huge difference in that sense. I want to do a dyad in a minute. What do you think?
Do I have time for a question?
Sure.
It seems like there's socially appropriate communication styles in different social milieus, like workplace or with grandma, or at the nightclub, or authenticity group, or at church. So, you know, when the checkout person's like, "How are you doing?" You don't say, "Well, I was feeling really ashamed earlier." Like, you just say, I'm good." Or at, you know, the monthly operating review at work, when they're like, "How's your last month been?" You don't say, "Well, I was depressed." You say, "Well, the project's coming along." So, I mean, if a person starts dating someone and it's like, "Oh, I'm figuring out how this person likes to be talked to," at what point is that socially appropriate communication, and what point is that love bombing or being inauthentic or trying to put on a false front.
I love the simplicity of your questions.
Oh, thanks. I can make it more complex.
No,
I'm trying to be socially
it's
appropriate.
already so, it's at such a high level. That's fine.
Great, thanks.
You have in the Dunbar structure, above the line and below the line. Above the line are intimate, and you're obligated to tell them a complete picture, and below the line, you're not. Work relationships are not collaborative, intimate relationships, they're transactional relationships, and you have a role that you've agreed to play in the employment. And so when you're in a meeting with your supervisor, they're not asking you about your personal life, they're asking you about the contractual agreement that you have with them. And that's the information that you're providing. When you're beginning to date somebody, and you have my pamphlet on dating, the first part of dating is just, is this person going to work as an emotional regulator for me? All the rest of it doesn't really matter. Because if they're not going to work as a regulator, there's no foundation for the relationship. And so you spend time doing that. One of the things about insecure and disorganized people is they rush into relationships at a blinding speed. And secure people don't do that. A secure person would like to know you for a year or two before they make substantial commitments, because they want to know that you're going to be able to do it. You're going to be able to keep the commitments. Then insecure people can't bear the abandonment anxiety, and so they rush in and overcommit. If you rush into a relationship and overcommit, and then the person can't actually do the thing that they said that they were going to do, then they have to renege on the agreements of the relationship, which undermines the whole foundation of trust in the relationship.
I have seen scenarios where people are engaged within 2 weeks of meeting each other, and it actually works out. It's actually, they're still together 20 years later.
Yes, indeed. And then we're in the difficulty of the conversation about what applies to groups and what applies to individuals, using an individual to cancel the group dynamic, which it doesn't really do, right?
Great, thanks. So there's a bifurcation between relationships where authenticity is the contract and ones where it's not. So the grocery checkout person, it's not an authentic relationship, but your best friend or your love partner.
Well, even the grocery person. So for instance, I was checking out at the Smart and Final, which is down the street from where I live. And the cashier said, "How are you today?" And the woman said, "Do you really want to know?" And the cashier said, "Sure." And she said, "My husband just died. I've been in this terrible state of depression because of it. I'm barely functioning." And she talked and talked and talked. And you could watch the needle of red rising in the cashier. And when it got just about to the top of what was reasonable, she said, "Thank you so much for listening to me. It was really very relieving, and I appreciate that you had the interest." And the cashier said, "No problem. It's good to see you."
Yeah, when I've come back from 90-day retreats, I've realized there's so much more opportunity for dropping in with strangers around than I usually allow myself for when I'm more armored up in life.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thanks.
So what is the condition of the present moment, right? And what is the invitation for engagement? And can you be sensitive to it? That would be the thing. To understand, this is a question really of consent. What is the consent in the relationship that you have, right? In a work relationship, the consent is around your role in the company and what you're supposed to be doing. In a friendship that is not a close friendship, the level of consent is totally different than in an intimate relationship. So I would really think of it as consent more than anything.
I think I sort of heard you say that people who don't trust anyone are quicker to enter into committed relationships?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Neat.
Because they can't tolerate the abandonment terror. So they overcommit fast. But it doesn't mean that they work well. But also not everybody is interested in an intimate relationship. A lot of people are interested in role-based relationships. And in role-based relationships, what you need to do is perform the role reliably enough. And those, I mean, I worked in rehabs, as I said before, for 12 years. And when we would have the conversation around intimate, fully disclosing relationships, the most common reaction are you crazy? I would never say that to my husband or wife. Do you know what they'll do if I tell them the truth about this? All right. Is that what you want? That would be a question. The difficulty with addiction is that if we get soured on other people, we're heading down the road to lapsing and relapsing. The only real safety net are other people. And if you can change your mind about that and then begin to construct relationships, you can construct a secure functioning relationship before you do the deep work of uprooting your native attachment strategy and earning security. You can even negotiate secure functioning relationships with the relationships that you have without having to do the deep work. And then you'll actually have more supportive relationships available to you to begin to do the deep work. But if you're not in the secure range, how can I pitch this? I had a lot of therapy in my life. I had really good therapy. I've been analyzed even. 28 years of psychotherapy and psychoanalysis with really good people. And when I did my adult attachment inventory to determine my attachment strategy, it was complexly disorganized. It had almost no effect on my native attachment strategy. I did 2.5 years of this work and earned security at 65. Can you imagine? I started therapy when I was 15. And it's totally worth doing. I can't even tell you. It is so totally worth doing because the constant anxiety is gone. And the inhibition to do what I wanted is below the level that prevents me from doing it. Understand? The example I use, it took me 12 years to write this book. And it had been going on and on and on, and I couldn't finish it. And then I started to do this work, and then I was able to finish the book, and then I was able to write another one in 2 years. 10 years of anxiety that you don't have to live through, right? To become who you are. That's the idea, right? Really, this whole thing, this whole meditative path, all of this stuff is really about becoming who you are. And even in just a strictly meditation sense, if you can remove these obstacles by going in and repairing that attachment conditioning, it opens up the capacity to explore, and then the meditation path just opens up. And off you go into the discovery of this, the sacredness of all of this. And if you can't do that, I really likened it, that anxiety, to like someone stabbing me. I was like, I would want to go do something, and all of a sudden I was being stabbed and couldn't go. You know, the life cycle of a complexly disorganized person is a lot of beginnings, and some of them really good, some middles, no finishes. Right? That's the pattern of a disorganized person. And it has acuteness in your teens, and it's not so awful in your 20s, but by the time you're 60, it's not so pretty, right? Over and over again failing, over and over again failing. Nothing actually ever happening. Heartbreaking, no? And then you remember that we're creating the experience of the present moment in the unconscious body-mind process. And unless you can affect the way that the unconscious body-mind process creates that reality, it is over and over again the same. Is that making sense? So you have to have a way of affecting that. I do want to do two things before the day ends at 4. We have an hour and 10 minutes. A dyad and also a guided meditation of the ideal parent figure protocol. One person is going to talk and one person is going to listen. The person who's listening can make appropriate listening noises, but they can't ask any questions. You're going to answer the 4 questions. What's your name? Where did you grow up? What did your family do at various times for a living? And did you see much of your grandparents when you were little? That making sense? What's your name? Where did you grow up? What did your family do at various times for a living? And did you see much of your grandparents when you were small? Those are the questions. And you're going to narrate this for the other person, and we're going to do the narration for 5 minutes. And then we're going to switch, and the other person is going to narrate the same 4 questions for 5 minutes. And then you're going to have a conversation about what your experience of listening to each other's narrative was. Is that making sense? Do you feel better? Do you feel the same? Do you feel worse? What do you think?
A little better.
A little better. So that's the regulating effect of talking to somebody, right? Of being with somebody. So that's one of the things to begin to pay attention to. Do you spend 15 or 20 minutes talking to somebody? Do you feel better? Do you feel the same, or do you feel worse? Right? Because that actually is the foundation of effective regulating relationships that are useful to your exploration. Because if you pick people, you can easily form relationships without paying attention to that piece of it. And then actually when you're in a jam, they won't be able to help you. It's not that they don't want to, they just won't be able to help you because they can't regulate you just automatically. Is that making sense? So in terms of beginning to develop this group of people around you to begin to cultivate relationships with, this is the ground floor. Are they regulating or not? Are they balancing or not, right? And you should be able to tell after 20 or 30 minutes. We did 15, which was pretty short for this, but that's about how long it takes for the body-mind to filter out the neurochemicals that get you emotionally activated. Is that making sense? And it's hard to predict who's going to be regulating and who isn't going to be regulating, right? Hopefully, it won't be somebody who so contradicts your fashion sense. You don't want to appear in public with them. But is that making sense? So, and what you want to do, go ahead.
When you say, is somebody regulating, do you mean that's the same as your earlier question of does it make you feel better or worse?
Yeah.
Because I was initially thinking you meant like, are they regulating themselves? And I'm like, how would I know? But okay.
Well, you'd have to ask. And so what you want to do is find people who are regulating in lots of different situations. So you spend time on that, paying attention to whether somebody's regulating for you. And you don't flow a substantial amount of energy into a relationship unless they're regulating, right? Is that making sense?
I think I understand what you're saying. I'll call up one sister and talk to her, and after the conversation, feel great. I call up the other sister, and oh my God, I feel worse after I get off the phone with her. So I've been completely unbalanced because she's judgmental. She's a high-functioning alcoholic, and I get shit from her. So yeah.
So, and I also want to stress that it isn't the content of the conversation. It's the unconscious body-mind process interacting with your unconscious body-mind process. The content of the conversation is at a higher level than that. So just to be clear.
I have a question. If drugs are regulating and they're bad, how can we know that people that regulate us are good?
Who said drugs were bad?
That's true.
I think we'd all still be using them if there wasn't this problem with tolerance, right? What was the last dosage that had the calming effect of whatever you used in comparison with your capacity to function, right? That's really what we're talking about. If it had been a glass or two, and you could still get along with everything, and nobody was complaining, did you notice that you weren't the one who complained about your drug use initially, that it was the people around you who were complaining? I think left to our own devices, we would still be using. No, is that not your sense? I like to soar up to just about passing out and stay there as long as I could. That was my ideal. But that also meant that most of the time I was laying on the floor. And how do you function in the world? How do you drive a car? All of that stuff, right? Doesn't work. But then also, how meaningful is that in the end? That complete avoidance of everything. How meaningful is it? Is the despair of that kind of life ultimately the thing that is impossible to bear, right? The emptiness, not the good kind of empty, not the empty of everything, the emptiness of nothing. Right? How can you bear that? All based on the supposition that you are who you think you are, which you're not, right? That's the thing. Just because your caregivers didn't want you does not mean that you're unwantable, right? Can you think about this for a second? You're 2 years old, you're in love with the world, you're wandering around, wanting to know everything about it. And your caregiver thinks that it's tiresome, and you're too demanding. And they want you to shut that down because it's interfering. How do you relate to that? Right? How do you know that actually it's them and not you, because you can't survive if they don't take care of you? That's the dilemma. That we then carry on with the rest of our lives with that evaluation as the assumption of who we are is also the problem. But you don't have to, right? You just don't have to. Which brings us, go ahead.
I went through a breakup, and since then I've often felt kind of like lost at sea, like going to some pretty strange places when I'm by myself. But like when I talk to friends, I often feel kind of warm and human and sane. And I've felt like that's something weird. But listening to you, it's like it's validating. Like, oh no, that makes sense. My question is there sort of an objective scale of how regulating a person is, or is it a question of chemistry? Kind of like, who's considered attractive to some extent, it's kind of an objective thing, but it's different in a goth club or an investment bank or a gym or something, what people consider attractive. Is it like some people are regulating for some people but not others, or is there kind of like some people are just good at it and some people not so good?
At that ground level, it really is the interaction of two bodies we're really talking about.
I don't understand.
At the basis level of emotional regulation, it's the way that your body interacts with somebody else's body that causes a regulating effect.
So it is a chemistry thing, you're saying?
Yeah.
Like, okay. It's not like an objective, some people are hundreds and some people are zeros and everyone else is in between or something?
It really is specific to the two bodies. Somebody could be very regulating for you and dysregulating for someone else.
That makes sense. Thanks.
So, but you know, the truth is most people don't have much impact. That's why you have to pay attention. They just don't do much, which is fine ordinarily. But if you're in trouble and you go to them to help you, they're not able to help you. John Bowlby, the man who formulated attachment theory, famously said, "You're only as needy as your unmet needs." Right? If you grow up in a household where your needs were constantly met, you won't have a sense that your needs are outlandish in any way. You'll just assume that they're ordinary and that everybody would be happy to take care of them. And if you grow up in a household where your caregivers aren't able to meet your needs and then are angry at you for pointing that out to them by your needs being unmet in front of them, can be punishing, right? But what happens to us is we think our needs are extraordinary. We're needy. We need too much. The things that we need are too big of an ask when actually they're perfectly ordinary most of the time, right? But if we think that we're needy and that our needs are extraordinary, that they'll push people away if we actually ask for them to be met, we would rather sit there in a state of complete overwhelm because our needs aren't met than ask for the smallest thing. That makes sense. But that isn't how it is. That's the construction of reality that we've just made based on conditioning. How do you change that? I'm going to push ahead pretty quick now because I want to do this so that you have a sense of what it is. What extraordinary thing do you have to do in order to change that? And then it turns out to be a dopey meditation. So I'm going to take you through ideal parent figure protocol. This is where you imagine ideal parent figures, you imagine an ideal environment for you to grow up in, and then you go through the 5 stages of secure attachment, which are security, which is attunement, which is emotional regulation, which is expressed delight. One of the things about the community of people that tend toward addiction is that they don't really have a concept of expressed delight, of being delightful. Or they have the mechanism of delight having been corrupted as a means of exploitation. And then exploration. We haven't talked too much about exploration, but what is it that is the thing that you need to know about your life that really opens it up into this expansive experience of being alive and being who you are? What is that thing? And a lot of us who grew up in households where that was not attended to really have these very crunched up senses of what that might be, or maybe really almost no understanding at all what that is. And we end up in these avenues that don't mean too much to us. To spend your whole life pursuing and engaging in activities that don't mean that much really begins to drive that despair. If we're not exploring, if we're not discovering the things that we need because we're hiding out and trying to live alone, through the floorboards will seep this despair at being alive. And really it's supposed to be this delight and this wonder at being alive. Is that making sense? So I'm going to take you through this, and then we'll have a few minutes at the end if you have questions about it. So go ahead and close your eyes, scanning through the body, looking for any tension you might be holding, seeing if you can release it. Now bring your attention to the breath. See if you can fall into the natural rhythm of the rising and falling of the breath, opening your eyes on the in-breath, closing your eyes on the out-breath. Now begin to extend the out-breath. See if you can make each out-breath a little bit longer than the one before it, deeply relaxing the body-mind, continuing to open the eyes on the in-breath, close the eyes on the out-breath. At a certain point, it'll feel natural just to let the eyes stay closed. When that happens, just let them stay closed, turning your attention inward, continuing to elongate the out-breath. See if you can take the body-mind into deeper and deeper states of relaxation with each out-breath. Now let the breath return to normal. See if you can imagine yourself being lifted up and floating on a big, warm, fluffy cloud, totally weightless, completely relaxed. Now imagine this cloud is transporting you to an especially safe place. And when you arrive in this especially safe place, really take it in. Now what I'd like you to do is see if you could imagine yourself as a young child in this especially safe place. And now see if you could imagine an ideal mother figure for you as a young child. Different from your family of origin. It's not based on your actual mother. It's not a correction for your actual mother. It's not based on anyone you've known. An entirely imaginary ideal mother figure, perfectly suited to your nature in every way. See if you can imagine her in some detail. Notice how she is with you, how she's very sensitively attuned to you, how she picks up on the subtlest changes in your moods and in your mind states, and how she consistently responds to you in exactly the right way, in exactly the way that you've always needed somebody to. Notice how she's able to express physical affection in just the right way. If you need her close, she's immediately available to you and will provide all of the physical affection that you need. But if you need space, she gives you all the space you need. She never hovers or controls or intrudes in any way. Now let that scene fade. Continue to imagine that you're a young child in this especially safe place. What I'd like you to do now is see if you can imagine an ideal father figure for you as a young child. Different than your family of origin, it's not based on your actual father, not a correction for your actual father, not based on anyone you've known, an entirely imaginary ideal father figure, perfectly suited to your nature in every way. See if you can imagine him in some detail. Notice how he is with you, how he's very sensitively attuned to you, how he picks up on the subtlest changes in your moods and in your mind states, how he consistently responds to you in exactly the right way, in exactly the way that you've always needed somebody to. Notice how he's able to express physical affection in just the right way. If you need him close, he's immediately available to you and will provide all of the physical affection that you need. But if you need space, he gives you all the space you need. He never hovers or controls or intrudes in any way. Now let that scene fade. Continue to imagine that you're a young child in this especially safe place. What I'd like you to do now is see if you can imagine an ideal environment for you to grow up in. This could be based on the especially safe place. It could be based on the place you grew up in. It could be some variation of that. But see if you can imagine an ideal environment for you as a young child to grow up in and to thrive. See if you can imagine it in some detail. Now what I'd like you to do is imagine that you're a young child, you're in this ideal environment, and the ideal parent figures are there with you, supporting and encouraging you as you play, as you explore this environment. Notice how the ideal parent figures are with each other. Notice that there's an ease between them, that they're very collaborative in the way that they take care of each other. How there's a physical affection between them. But they never get so caught up in themselves that they lose track of you. If you need their attention, it's immediately available to you and you can have all of the attention that you need. When they look at you, you can see that for each one of them, you're the center of everything. When they look at you, you can see that for each one of them, you're the most important person. When they look at you, you can see how much each one of them loves you. And you can take that in. You can be loved. You can be important. You can be at the center. Notice how protective the ideal parent figures are of you. And because they're so protective, you have a deep sense of safety. And because you feel so safe, you feel completely free to play, to explore in any way you need to, because you know that the ideal parent figures are there protecting you. Notice how easy it is to get the ideal parent figure's attention, how easy it is to attune to them. And because you feel so safe with them, how easy it is to express yourself authentically. And because you express yourself authentically, you feel seen by them, you feel known by them, you feel accepted by them. Notice how easy it is for the ideal parent figures to emotionally regulate you because you feel so safe with them, because you've expressed yourself authentically, because they really see you and they really know you. They know just what to do to help you come back into emotional balance, which leads you to feel completely free to play, to explore in any way you need to, because you know no matter what happens, you can always come rushing back to them and they'll be able to help you. Notice that each time the ideal parent figures see you, they light up with a sense of delight in being with you. You don't have to do anything to earn it. It's your beingness that they're responding to. Each time they see you, they light up with a sense of delight in being with you, and you can take that in. You can be somebody who's delightful. Now what I'd like you to do is imagine that you're a young child, you're in this ideal environment, and you're playing and exploring something brand new. The ideal parent figures are there with you, supporting and encouraging you, but you're in charge of it. You're leading it. It's your exploration. See if you can imagine what that would be and develop a scene around it. Now let the scene fade, finding your way out of there. I'll count from 5 to 1. When I reach 1, you'll be fully present, fully awake. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fully awake, settled in the experience. How's that? What happened?
I love the visualizations.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you find an ideal mother figure, an ideal father figure?
easily.
Oh, nice.
Big stuffed toys.
Not human. Ah.
Well, human in terms of 2 legs and 2 arms. And lots of nice soft fur.
Nice.
I do have a question if it's appropriate now.
Sure.
Going back to the attachment theory very quickly, can one figure out themselves the attachment conditions? I think I could figure out whether it's secure or neglect, but the finer grain, do you need someone else to kind of talk it through?
The best attachment assessment is called the adult attachment interview, which will give you that. It's just expensive, that's the thing, to get it done. The online stuff is, Dan Brown used to say, the online surveys that you do for your attachment are accurate to 0.01%, which is pretty low. There is the AAP, which is the Adult Attachment Pictorial Assessment, but it assesses something different than the adult attachment interview does. They're supposed to correlate, but it seems to be something different than what your attachment, the native attachment strategy is. So, and then there's a Barbara Crittenden has a assessment for attachment, but it hasn't demonstrated reliability in the sense that depending on who scores it has a big influence on what the outcome is. So there's that. We do them at Metagroup, so if you decide you want to do it, we can. It costs $1,195 to do.
Where did you get the information?
I give the interview. I was trained at the Attachment Institute at Berkeley, and then we have it transcribed and scored. The score that we have is scored about 3,000 of them, so she's reliable in that sense. She's also trained by the Attachment Institute at Berkeley. In the protocol is set up so that one person does the interview, then it's transcribed by a second person, and a third person does the scoring. There's a lot of metadata that comes through during the interview, which has a tendency to bias. And so it's given to a transcriber, and they pull out all of the information, like the names and the places, name 1, name 2, place 1, place 2, that sort of thing. And then the scorer gets the transcript that's been prepped for them so that they don't have any of the influence. The transcriber, of course, has to hear the audio of the interview so that they also are subject to bias.
And it's called adult attachment
Interview, yeah. So if you're going to look around for who's going to do it, you just want to make sure that the people that are doing it are certified. There are some people that are not certified and doing it, and then you might question the validity of the outcome. Someone else? What happened in the ideal parent figure?
Yeah, I found it interesting. It was neat because so there's some story here just a little bit. Many years ago now, when I was kind of working through 12-step Al-Anon program, and I was taking some risks, showing up authentically in the relationship with my mom, who's like not a safe person, and but I was doing that anyway because that was what I needed to do. And there was a rupture in the relationship, and a part of that rupture my strategy was to imagine this character, the higher power character, and that character's been with me this whole time. But when we were doing this right now, and the way you were describing the how the character is attuned to you and all that, I was like, oh, that's funny. I made that up all those years ago, and I have reliably returned to that sort of higher power, sort of mothering figure over and over again, and found like it's always so nice to return because I can just be exactly however the inner child self needs to be with that character. So then the meditation was really reinforcing and stabilizing that for me. And then I grew up without like a father, so to speak. There have been like father kind of types along the way, we'll say, but nothing really that like lives in me, So then when you invited that in, that was just like, I was like, oh, I guess I could imagine that. Like, and I could bring that figure in, and then it got to be kind of this exploration of like, what does that feel like, So that was neat. I appreciate that offering. And then just broadly, I found the whole experience very warming, like it generated warmth within the core of my system. And as we moved through the exercise, I could find myself just more deeply relaxing, like the way that my nervous system itself, I could notice that there were these deeper layers of relaxation. And that felt nice.
Good.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody online.
Hi. One of the things that I've thought a lot about in doing a lot of attachment work is how it varies.
One moment. Oh, you have to start over because we had the sound muted here.
Oh, okay. One of the things I've thought a lot about is how the attachment styles or relationships vary depending on both the temperament of the child and the timing of children and what was going on with parents. So sometimes it's not like an intrinsic thing that a parent can't respond to all children. They can't respond to maybe a child in a specific situation. And so you have this variation. The other thing that I found very helpful in my therapy was instead of doing that imagination of a parent being there in a way that was attuned, is also to develop that part of yourself that now as a 70-something-year-old person, I can take care of that 4-year-old kid who felt insecure and lost and unattended to. And it becomes something that's very self-nurturing. So I just thought, throw that in.
All right, thanks.
I always struggle with visualization. I don't know if it's like an inborn just uniqueness of my brain or if it's a result of having been born blind in my left eye. So maybe part of my visual cortex got co-opted for some other function. So it was hard for me to it was hard for me to see the images. And there was also, I noticed, more of like a psychological resistance to trying to see the images. Like, I don't know if it's like loyalty to my actual parents or like inability to imagine anybody in that role, but the prompts did allow me to go to a vulnerable place emotionally, which is what I needed. So that was my experience.
So we use the word visualization, but we don't mean visual. we mean a construction that happens through all of the sense gates. So that if you're not a particularly strong visual thinker, it doesn't matter. It's actually how you know things, right? So how is it that you know things? Some people are somatic, some people are auditory, some people know in language, some people know in feeling. So whatever that is actually totally fine. You don't have to have a visual image of it at all. Some people have a felt sense of it, or they see colors. I mean, we had a Furby over here. Dogs. There is a hope that you'll get to a human, but we often have to start out somewhere else because of our conditioning around what the parental roles were, right? Can't imagine that. And it doesn't have to be immediate. It took me about 2.5 months to firm up an idea of an ideal mother figure, and about 5 months to firm up the idea of an ideal father figure, and that was doing weekly guided sessions with a facilitator. So it was very hard to imagine a male character being beneficial in any way. It just wasn't what happened. So how do you know that it's the father or the mother in all sense gates? That's the question. And it's what you longed for, really. What we're trying to do is get you to tune into what you longed for as a child, not what happened, right? Or not what the constructions are of what these characters would be. You know, some of us grow up with a mother and father, but not everybody, not even close to everybody, right? It's all sorts of variations of combinations. So you might even say energies rather than that kind of definition. What did you need? What did you long for when you were a child? And if you weren't able to get it and suppressed awareness of that, can you open that awareness now? Because that is the opening of that desire, that authentic desire of who you are to engage the world. And if you don't allow yourself to know aspects of that because you don't think that you can get it, and it seems less painful to not allow yourself to know it. It actually isn't. Is that making sense? Really, the whole thing is, how can I become effortlessly, authentically who I am already? And when you grow up in family systems where that really isn't offered to you, we create these other things of who we are. And that's what becomes so confining, and that's what we need to really get out of. I like the description of it is when they reflect back to their experiences, their likes and dislikes of you, and you construct a model of yourself on that basis, some of the aspects that are authentically you and wonderful are in the not likable category all of a sudden, but not because they're not you and shouldn't be expressed, but because for whatever reason in the moment, and I agree, it's not, it is the momentary reaction to that is reinforcing these things. But in childhood, when there really isn't another reference, if we could remember this, we didn't, in the first 3 years of life, you don't really have the capacity to form and remember autobiographical sources, right? When is your first autobiographical memory? Can you remember? How old are you? 4? So that's pretty good. What happens when you're solidly on the avoidance side and the first memories you have of life are 11 or 12, right? You don't remember anything about childhood. So you have no evidence. One of the reasons why dismissing people are so capable of idealization is they don't have any evidence one way or the other because they don't remember anything before puberty. So, good. It's 4. We've finished.
All right.
Thank you.